So it's 7 o'clock, and as promised, we are back from closed session. We'll reconvene the Santa Monica City Council meeting for March 10th, 2020. And this is the point where usually I would be saying welcome and we're glad you're here. But these are not ordinary times. Before we proceed, I want to repeat some guidance that we provided at the beginning of the meeting. The City of Santa Monica is closely monitoring the coronavirus in partnership with the LA County Department of Public Health. And at this time, we are asking the public to take common sense measures as recommended by the Department of Public Health. So if you're at the meeting with us here tonight and you feel ill, or you have any respiratory symptoms, even a runny nose or a fever, please leave the meeting. I'm sorry to have to say that, but these are unusual times. And follow along with the meeting. We want your participation. There are remote ways that you can be doing that. Likewise, if you've traveled within the past 14 days to an area identified by the Center for Disease Control as having a level 3 travel health notice due to the coronavirus, please don't stay in the public meeting with us here tonight. We want to keep our community healthy, please. If you're an individual who is at higher than normal risk for severe illness, we also encourage you to follow tonight's meeting from home. If you are here, or if you do plan on coming down and attending tonight's meeting, we encourage you to minimize close contact with each other. We encourage you to greet one another with smiles or verbal greetings, but not handshakes necessarily. Please don't kiss your neighbor unless you have a relationship already. Later this evening, we'll hear from city staff about other common sense measures that you're encouraged to take at all times, including staying home when you're sick, covering your coughs and sneezes with a tissue or a sleeve, washing your hands often with soap and water for at least 20 seconds, avoiding touching your eyes, nose, and mouth, and avoiding close contact with those who are sick or when you're out in public and don't know the person next to you might be sick. We appreciate your cooperation on this. It's a difficult time. We will all work together to follow the guidance of our public health experts, and hopefully we can mitigate the impact of the coronavirus across our Santa Monica community. I still feel glad you're here, though, secretly. With that, we are back, and I will ask that the city attorney report out and or have us do item 3H, whichever it is that you wish to do first.
Thank you, Mayor. Items 1A, 1D, 1E, and the item added to the agenda at the beginning of the meeting for the closed session were discussed with no reportable action taken. I'm sorry, I have been properly corrected. Item 1D, 1E, and the item added at the beginning of the meeting were discussed with no reportable action taken. Item 1A is Jones versus Officer Roy Brown et al. The City Attorney's Office is recommending settlement in this case in a combined amount of $35,000 with $17,500 to each plaintiff.
Move the settlement for $35,000.
Second.
That has been moved by Councilmember Winter, seconded by Councilmember Hara. Seeing no discussion, Ms. Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Moreno?
Yes.
Councilmember Himmelrich?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Winter?
Yes.
Councilmember Hara?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem O'Day?
Yes.
And Mayor McKim?
Yes, so that settlement is approved unanimously, 7-0 by the council.
Council, I now want to turn to agenda items 1B, 1C, and 1F, which per your prior agenda management will be heard together with item 3H. Agenda items 1B, 1C, and 1F involve claims and lawsuits filed against the City of Santa Monica by 24 current and former community members. Council, in the course of our work on behalf of the city, we hope never to see claims like these. 23 of these individuals allege that a former city employee, Eric Euler, sexually abused or attempted to sexually abuse them between approximately 1987 and 1999 when they were youth participating in the Santa Monica Police Activities League program. The last individual alleges that while she was a youth participating in the PAL program in approximately 1991 to 1992, she was sexually abused by another individual, Fernando Ortega, who was not employed by the city, but was also associated with the PAL program. Tonight, the City Attorney's Office is recommending settlements to resolve all of these claims and lawsuits. While many in our community are aware of the events of the last year and a half that relate to these claims, some are not. And so before I turn to the specifics of the settlements, I want to explain some of the background. In the late spring of 2018, the Santa Monica Police Department received an anonymous tip that then city employee Eric Euler had committed a crime against a child who was now an adult. The Santa Monica Police Department used the tip to identify the crime victim and then referred the information to the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department for investigation. Based on the information provided by the Santa Monica Police Department, the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department initiated an investigation. On October 18, 2018, Eric Euler was arrested by the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department on charges of lewd acts with a minor related to unlawful conduct with children in the early 1990s. By October 25, 2018, the Los Angeles County District Attorney's Office had charged Eric Euler with 5 counts of sexual crimes against minors based on the accounts of multiple victims of conduct in the 1990s. At the time that Eric Euler was arrested, the city immediately took a number of actions. We went out into the community. City staff held meetings at Virginia Avenue Park and at PAL to talk with parents and community members, to answer questions to the extent we were able, and to be with our community as they shared their fears and concerns. We provided resources. The city activated local mental health providers to provide on-site therapeutic services for participants in the PAL, CREST, and Virginia Avenue Park programs and their families. The city notified the Santa Monica Malibu Unified School District's mental health coordinator to ensure that school-based mental health providers were attentive and responsive to reactions from students, parents, caregivers, and staff. And staff from Community and Cultural Services and the library teamed up with local providers to offer trainings at every local library in Santa Monica to guide parents on how to identify risk factors and take steps to protect against sexual abuse. We retained Irma Rodriguez-Moisa and Gabriel Sandoval at the law firm of Atkinson, Andelson, Loya, Rude, and Romo to conduct an independent investigation of allegations that the city previously knew or should have known of criminal conduct by Eric Euler. We retained an outside entity, Presidium Inc., a nationally recognized expert in preventing abuse, to review the policies and practices of all city youth programs and to provide guidance on best practices for preventing future incidents of abuse. And throughout this period, we cooperated with the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department to try to ensure that anyone with information about Eric Euler's crimes could come forward. On November 15, 2018, a date on which Eric Euler was expected to appear in court on the criminal charges against him, Eric Euler was found dead in his apartment in an apparent suicide. As a result of his death, the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department closed its criminal investigation of Euler. Although the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department closed this first investigation upon Eric Euler's death, the Santa Monica Police Department received an additional allegation that individuals at the time were on notice of Euler's activities and failed to meet their obligations as mandatory reporters under the Child Abuse, Neglect, and Reporting Act. The Santa Monica Police Department again referred that matter to the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, and that investigation remains outstanding. The independent investigation commissioned by the city and conducted by the law firm of AALRR to examine similar allegations also remains outstanding. Following Eric Euler's death, a total of 24 individuals filed administrative claims and civil lawsuits alleging that they were victims of sexual abuse while they were youth participating in the PAL program. Although these claims and lawsuits allege conduct in the 1980s and 1990s, AB 218, which was signed into law by the governor on October 13, 2019, removed the statute of limitations, and revived certain claims relating to childhood sexual abuse and assault for a period of 3 years beginning on January 1st, 2020. Council, tonight we are recommending 6 settlements to bring closure to all of the civil claims and lawsuits pending against the city relating to these matters. The first settlement resolves the claims of 18 individuals who allege they were abused by Eric Euler between 1987 and 1999, and of the additional individual who alleges abuse by Fernando Ortega between 1991 and 1992. The City Attorney's Office recommends settlement of all claims by these 19 individuals in the total amount of $38 million. The $38 million will be paid by the city into a qualified settlement fund from which it will be allocated to the 19 individuals as determined by a retired Superior Court judge whom Plaintiffs' Counsel retained as a third-party neutral to perform this allocation. The remaining 5 settlements resolve 5 additional individuals' claims and lawsuits alleging sexual abuse by Eric Euler during the same time period. The City Attorney's Office recommends settlement of the claims of these 5 individuals as follows. With respect to John R.H. Doe, $1,050,000. With respect to John C.S. Doe, $900,000. With respect to John F.T. Doe, $900,000. With respect to John R.G. Doe, $900,000. And with respect to John J.G. Doe, $850,000. Council, we run city programs to keep the children in our community out of harm's way and to help them to thrive. To think that a city employee would exploit a city program to victimize children is unspeakably horrifying, and the claims regarding the harm that Eric Euler caused to these individuals' lives are nothing short of heartbreaking. By resolving these claims and lawsuits swiftly, the city aims to avoid the risk and expense of litigation, thereby directing funds to survivors rather than to legal expenses. The city also hopes to afford our current and former community members the privacy and respect that they deserve, rather than engaging in painful and protracted litigation proceedings. Council, in addition to resolving these claims and lawsuits, we are committed to taking every action we can to prevent an individual like Eric Euler from ever entering or being in a position to do harm to youth participating in any of our youth programs. For that reason, I would now like to turn to item 3H on the agenda. In the aftermath of Eric Euler's arrest, we engaged Presidium, Inc., which is a nationally recognized organization dedicated to designing and implementing best practices to detect and prevent abuse in youth programs. In addition to the City of Santa Monica, Presidium has worked with public and private entities, including the University of California, California State University, the YMCA, Boys and Girls Clubs of America, the Chicago Public Schools, Six Flags, Google, and many others. Over the last approximately 15 months, Presidium has reviewed the city's policies and procedures related to youth-serving programs, visited those programs, observed their operations, interviewed staff members, spoken with youth participants and their families, and inspected program facilities and locations. In October 2019, Presidium's CEO, Aaron Lundberg, came to our city to present an interim report of recommendations. Those recommendations were to build on youth protection policies with a focus towards prevention, to establish a cross-departmental youth protection committee and standardize youth protection policies and best practices throughout the entire city, to centralize coordination of volunteers, to design and implement standardized training for all staff and volunteers focused on prevention, to implement standardized reporting and responding procedures for not only incidents of abuse, but also red flag behaviors and youth-to-youth abuse, and to ensure that everyone, no matter their role, understands that safety and the protection of children is always part of their job. Tonight, we want to share with you and seek your approval on further progress. First, city staff are promulgating a new administrative instruction titled Abuse Prevention. This new administrative instruction will establish a Child Protection Committee and task that committee with overseeing implementation of abuse prevention measures across the city. Implement a new citywide code of conduct for providing services to youth, and new standards for city-managed youth programs that are modeled on best practices for prevention as identified by Presidium. Implement standardized reporting and responding procedures modeled on best practices as identified by Presidium, not only for incidents of abuse, but also for red flag behaviors and youth-to-youth abuse. Implement updated standardized screening of volunteers, including a standard application form, reference checks, and a live scan fingerprint criminal background check. And extend administrative instruction 325, child abuse mandated reporter training requirements, to require child abuse mandated reporter training for all employees, volunteers, and contractors for any city-managed youth program, and require development of annual training on best practices for the prevention of child abuse. Second, staff is recommending that council authorize the city manager to contract with Presidium to serve, at least initially, as the child protection officer called for in the new administrative instruction. In this role, Presidium will review the abuse prevention and reporting procedures of city-managed youth programs to ensure that they comply with best practices, conduct periodic site reviews of youth programs, and design and monitor annual training. While Presidium did not seek or even initially offer to take on this role, Presidium staff have the expertise, experience, and resources to perform these functions immediately as the city works with Presidium to train existing staff whom we anticipate will ultimately take over this role. As a result, city staff recommends that council authorize the city manager to negotiate and execute an agreement with Presidium to take on this role through June 30th, 2021, with 3 one-year options to extend. Third, as part of the fiscal year 2019-2020 mid-year budget, council approved creation of a new 0.5 FTE volunteer coordinator position. This volunteer coordinator will, in accordance with ongoing guidance from the Child Protection Committee, oversee and coordinate the recruitment, training, and monitoring of volunteers across city programs. Finally, Presidium has emphasized the importance of those at the highest levels of an organization expressing that preventing child abuse is a priority. To provide this voice from the top, staff tonight recommends that the council adopt the proposed resolution, which confirms the city's goal of doing everything it can to prevent any incident of abuse in any city program providing services to minors, outlines the steps the city is taking towards this goal, and emphasizes that everyone, no matter their role with the city, needs to understand that safety and protection of children is part of their job. Council, we cannot change the past, and we cannot stop those who would commit these types of unfathomably atrocious acts from existing in the world. But as a city, we can and we will do everything in our power to ensure that those who would harm our children are not involved in our city's programs. For the reasons stated, the City Attorney's Office now recommends settlement of items 1B and 1C in the combined amount of $38 million with respect to all 19 claimants. The City Attorney's Office further recommends resolution of item 1F through 5 individual settlements in the amounts of $1,050,000, $900,000, $900,000, $900,000, and $850,000. And the City Attorney's Office recommends, on behalf of a citywide team, including the City Manager's Office, Community and Cultural Services, the Santa Monica Police Department, Risk Management, and others, approval of the staff actions set forth in item 3H.
It's a lot to absorb. We took public comment on the closed session items earlier tonight. I received no request to speak on item 3H. And I don't see any questions for the city attorney from the council at this time. So, city attorney, could you walk us through the motions necessary to settle this?
Yes, Mayor. The first motion would be recommending settlement of the claims included in the items listed in item 1B and 1C in the combined amount of $38 million with respect to all 19 claimants.
I move approval of items 1B and 1C. Second.
Okay, so that has been moved by Councilmember Himovich and seconded by Councilmember Davis.
Mayor, may I clarify with the maker of the motion that you move settlement of items 1B and 1C as recommended by the City Attorney's Office?
Yes, I did. Thank you.
With that clarification, we'll go to a roll call vote.
Councilmember Moreno? Yes. Councilmember Himmelrich?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Winter?
Yes.
Councilmember Hara?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem O'Day?
Yes.
And Mayor McKeon?
Yes, so that settlement is approved unanimously with a 7-0 vote of the City Council.
The next motion, the City Attorney's Office recommends resolution of item 1F through 5 individual settlements, as previously stated by the City Attorney's Office, in the amounts of $1,050,000, 3 settlements in the amount of $900,000, and a final settlement in the amount of $850,000.
Do you have a
I
motion?
move resolution of 1F as recommended by the city attorney.
Second.
Again, moved by Councilmember Himmelrich and seconded by Councilmember Davis. Seeing no discussion, roll call vote, please.
Mayor Pro Tem O'Day?
Yes.
Councilmember Hara?
Yes.
Councilmember Winter?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Himmelrich?
Yes.
Councilmember Moreno? Yes. And Mayor McKeon?
Yes. Again, a unanimous 7-0 vote.
With respect to item 3H, staff recommends adoption of a resolution confirming the city's commitment to enhancing procedures and practices to ensure lasting citywide efforts to prevent incidences of abuse of children in any city programs.
May I ask a technical question? Does the city clerk need to call item 3H before we vote on it?
We previously moved to combine it with these items, so I'm not sure that
I
that's
just want
necessary.
to make sure.
I'm sorry, what was the question?
The question was whether the city clerk should call item 3H before it's voted upon.
Sure, I can do that. Adoption of a child protection resolution and authorization to enter into agreement with Presidium to serve as the city's child protection officer. And you had no request to speak on that.
And we've already heard the staff report.
I move we adopt the attached resolution confirming the city's commitment to enhancing procedures and practices to ensure lasting citywide efforts to prevent incidences of abuse of children in any city programs.
Second.
Moved by Councilmember Himmelrich, seconded by Councilmember Winterer. Seeing no discussion, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Moreno? Yes. Councilmember Himmelrich?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Winter?
Yes.
Councilmember Hara?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem O'Day?
Yes.
And Mayor McKeon?
Yes, 7-0 unanimous vote.
And finally, I move that we authorize the city manager to negotiate and execute an agreement with Presidium Inc. And I think I don't need to say any more.
Second.
May I ask the city attorney, is that the motion we need?
As set forth in the staff recommendation.
As set forth in the staff recommendation.
It has been moved by Councilmember Himmelrich and seconded by Councilmember Winterer. And again, no discussion, roll call vote.
Mayor Pro Tem O'Day?
Yes.
Councilmember Hara?
Yes.
Councilmember Winter?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Himmelrich?
Yes.
Councilmember Moreno? Yes. And Mayor McKeon?
Yes, so that's a fourth unanimous 7-0 vote of the city council. And does that resolve the item in its entirety?
It does, Mayor.
I've rarely felt this way after 4 unanimous votes. This has been a tremendously difficult moment in our community's history, and for the victims and their families and loved ones in particular. Our council has taken this very seriously and with a heavy heart. We're relieved that we've reached a just resolution that acknowledges the pain of those community members and their families while protecting the privacy that they continue to deserve. We're glad this is over. Mayor Pro Tem O'Day.
I'd like to say I've lived in and served the Pico neighborhood for more than 20 years. It's my community, my home, and where I raised my family. And this has been a heart-wrenching and emotional journey for us. And we wish none of this had ever happened, but since we can't go back in time, our council has acted swiftly to provide closure to the victims, as well as prudent fiscal stewardship of our city resources. Our hearts are with the victims and their loved ones who have borne a burden that no one should ever bear. By adopting this resolution, working with Presidium Inc. and our new volunteer coordinator, conducting a full review of our policies and practices, we are fortifying our ability to stamp out the possibility for something like this to ever happen again in our community.
Councilmember Hara.
These are lifelong neighbors and dear friends. to these men, thank you for being brave and coming forward, not only for yourselves, but for standing up for others. Our community and this council walks with you on this journey toward healing and justice. Please know that your community will continue to grow stronger and bind us together with the purpose of ensuring this never happens again. It is time to acknowledge the pain these men and their families have lived with. We as city are here to support and help you process this horrific trauma on your way to healing. As a city, we must take responsibility. We cannot overlook the fact that all of the victims were children of color. While our city has progressed forward, we must continue to think about how we hold ourselves accountable today. We must be vigilant and stand united to protect the well-being of all. The victims have asked for privacy, and we must respect their wishes.
Councilmember Moreno.
Excuse me for a second, Mayor.
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought you were done.
I do have this in Spanish. I believe our community deserves this. Estos son nuestros vecinos de por vida y amigos sinceros. A estos hombres, gracias por su valentía en dar a relucir no solamente lo que pasaron personalmente, sino también por brindar apoyo a otros. Nuestra comunidad y este concilio los acompañamos en este camino hacia sanación y justicia. Sepan que su comunidad continuará siendo fuerte y nos unificará la certeza que no permitiremos que esto vuelva a suceder. Es el momento de reconocer el dolor con el cual estos hombres y sus familias han tenido que vivir. Nosotros como ciudad estamos aquí para apoyarlos y ayudarles a procesar este horrible trauma hacia su sanación. Como ciudad, debemos asumir la responsabilidad. No podemos pasar por desapercibido que las víctimas fueron niños de color. Nuestra ciudad ha progresado bastante, pero debemos de continuar pensando en cómo nos responsabilizamos hoy en día. Estaremos siempre en vigilia y unidos para proteger el bienestar de todos. Las víctimas nos han pedido privacidad y debemos de respetar sus deseos. Gracias. Thank you.
Now, Councilmember Moreno.
As a council member, there's nothing more difficult to discuss, and no issue more precious or important than the safety of our children. As a father of 2 boys, it's unspeakable. To those wrapped in this dark time, I am so sorry. We were not there at the time, but we're here now. Your council and your city staff have listened. We have cried, and we have done everything we could to respond to you with integrity, empathy, and honor. This hits so close to home for me. I'm completely heartbroken. For the victims and their families, I remember our time, our city back then, and when my people who have been living with this trauma for years. Most of us have known each other since elementary or John Adams. At Mecha, Young Life, or POW, Santa Monica was different back then. We were all from the South Side. At the corner of Venice, Sotel, and Culver City. Today we are here for you, and with this resolution, I hope that you and your loved ones in our community can begin the healing process. The prophet Micah said, "Everyone will sit under their own vine and fig tree, and no one will make them afraid." With the policies and leadership we have put in place today and the resolution we adopt tonight, we have done everything in our power to protect the safety of your children, of our children, and to make sure that no one will make them afraid. I ask that the community please continue to respect the wishes of the victims and honor their privacy as we process and heal.
And lastly, City Manager Rick Lowell.
Members of the City Council and those of you who are here representing our community tonight. The City staff share the sentiments expressed by the City Council this evening. And our first concern remains with the survivors of those who were victimized more than 20 years ago, as well as their families, because we can't undo what happened those years ago, and no financial settlement can make up for the ongoing suffering that they have endured. And as city manager, I recognize my personal, moral, and organizational need for accountability. It is all of our job, and it is the job of city staff to protect young people today and every day. Tonight, the council has adopted a comprehensive child abuse prevention resolution which recognizes the need for all of the programs that serve youth to be rigorous in our vigilance, to ensure that we are always following best practices. And in recent years, we have thoroughly reviewed and worked to put best practices and policies and performance measures into place in all of our youth programs. And since 2018, as you've heard, we've engaged the national experts, Presidium, to evaluate, to improve, and to monitor both policies and performance, and to recommend tonight their continued involvement to ensure we achieve 100% compliance. As you recall, at our last council meeting, as a result of that review, a volunteer coordinator position was approved in the mid-year 1920 budget with citywide authority and responsibility to manage the qualifications, background, and policies for all volunteers across the city. And we've already posted that job and expect to fill it promptly. The council, city staff, the city attorney, and I are committed to do everything possible to ensure that nothing like this ever happens again. That message is unequivocal. We will continue to work with and listen to our community, the community we serve. We'll continue to support the city staff who are making a positive difference in the lives of countless young people every day in our parks, in our libraries, and in our youth programs. We will train, we will monitor, we will evaluate, and we will be accountable. We will be vigilant, and we will not tolerate any behavior that compromises the health and the safety of the youth of Santa Monica each and every day, each and every child.
Thank you. City Attorney, does that complete the report out on?
That does complete the closed session report.
Thank you very much. We'll move on to the two items, if the clerk would call them, please.
Item 2A is commendation and recognition of retiring city employee Kyle Firstad. And you have no request.
This is something we don't always do, but Kyle
is a remarkable city employee with a remarkable history. No fewer than 4 of our sitting council members are former planning commissioners, and I was the council liaison to the Planning Commission for 10 years. So a lot of us have been to a lot of Planning Commission meetings. Kyle has been to 800 Planning Commission meetings during her tenure at the city. And beyond even that, Kyle's not even the first in her family. Your mother worked as a library clerk in the city of Santa Monica. For 40 years. And you only did 36? I don't know why you're giving up so soon, but we'll be careful there. Kyle, I get to do it as mayor, but the whole council just really wants to honor the work you've done over the years. I'm not going to read this because there's so much about what Kyle has done for the city that the type is exceedingly small. and in fact, your parting gift should probably be a magnifying glass so you can read all the good things we wanted to say about you. But
Thank you.
congratulations and thank you.
Thank you.
And if you have a few words, we would love to.
I don't usually get to speak at meetings, so this is interesting for me. I just want to say that it has been my great honor, my great privilege, and my great joy to work for this city all these years. And I love everyone. Thank you very much for this honor.
Next, I'd like to ask Hakamanish Mordechai to come up because we're about to proclaim Persian New Year, Nowruz. Yeah. And I have here the proclamation from the city, but again, rather than have me just read the text, you obviously know much more about this than I do. Let me present this to you. Thank you. Give you the symbolic shake of the hand, given our situation, and see if there's something you'd like to say.
Thank you very much. Council members and members of the public, I'm Hachomanish Mordechai. I'm staff attorney for the Santa Monica Rent Control Board, and I'm also a member of the steering committee of Santa Monica's GARC, dedicated to this city's commitment to equality and its celebration of our diversity. Iranians have been celebrating the spring equinox as our new year for nearly 3 millennia. Nowruz, the new day, is depicted in the ruins of our ancient imperial capital of Persepolis. It is the holiday that unifies us across religions, sects, and ethnicities. Every year, nature is reborn at the equinox, and with it, our hope. Homes are cleaned, new clothes are purchased, frayed family bonds and friendships are renewed. We gather and visit each other for 2 weeks after the equinox to celebrate what we hold most dear about our culture. Santa Monica has been home to Iranian Americans for at least 50 years. We love Santa Monica. We live here, work here, we have our businesses here. We serve as your public servants. One of us, John Jalili, even served as one of your longest tenured city managers. But despite the contributions that we have made to this city, state, and country, some question our place in the American mosaic. By celebrating Nowruz, this council takes a stand and celebrates us, and we thank you. On March 19th, the colors of City Hall will change to white, red, and green in honor of Nowruz. And in the years to come, we will work to expand Santa Monica's celebration of Nowruz as befitting of this city, our community, and this holiday. I also want to briefly take a moment to thank you for a personal reason. My husband, Hassan Haqqani, passed away 2 years ago this afternoon. Hassan loved Nowruz like so many of us. He treasured it for the joy and beauty that it brought every year. Like me, Hassan was a public servant, and every city that he worked at, he made sure to promote and celebrate this precious holiday. On a day that could have otherwise been so painful, I've instead been thinking about how I have helped in having Nowruz be celebrated here in Santa Monica just as Hassan would have loved. So I also thank you for that. Happy Nowruz, Eidatun Mubarak, and Nowruzatan Piruz. Thank you.
Belarus. And now that we proclaimed a year, we might as well go ahead and proclaim a month. Next, I don't know who will be receiving this. I wasn't given a note, but we will proclaim in the city of Santa Monica that this is American Red Cross Month. Hello. And you'll be accepting it, and probably such a timely and important proclamation given what's going on in our community right now. And it means a lot to know that we can rely on you and the organization you represent. Would you like to tell us a bit what you're doing?
Sure. I'm a community ambassador for the Red Cross in Santa Monica, and I would like to thank the City Council for recognizing the work that we do, and for this proclamation in honor of March as Red Cross Month. Every year since 1942, the President of the United States has recognized March as Red Cross Month. And this gives us an opportunity to honor and to celebrate those that fulfill the Red Cross mission, which is to provide relief for victims of disasters and to help people prepare for and respond to emergencies. We do this 24/7. We do this locally, nationally, internationally. We're very active in the Santa Monica location here. If you don't know where we are at 11th and Broadway. So come on and visit us. We have a blood drive there every Monday. And I really appreciate your recognizing the important work that we do throughout the year. Thank you very much to the City Council and to Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that here's the proclamation. You want to take that with you?
Oh, thank you.
I think that takes us through item 2C, and while I clean up my paperwork, would the clerk please call item 2D?
Item 2D is the city manager's report, Take the Friendly Road, a 2019 recap and 2020 plan.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. My name is Jason Klieger. I'm a principal transportation planner in the mobility division. The City Council committed to Vision Zero, the elimination of fatal and severe injury crashes, in 2016. To begin realizing this effort, we analyzed 11 years of crash data to identify the streets and intersections where these types of incidents occur most frequently. The result is before you, the priority network map, which you've seen previously. We found that just 10% of our streets represent 50% of our fatal and severe injury crashes. We are focusing our capital projects and enforcement efforts on these locations. And to further that work, we developed the Take the Friendly Road campaign with the community. Tonight, I'd like to review the milestones of the past year and a half and plot a course for the remainder of the contract. Our first implementation effort was to educate the public about safe, lawful, and courteous scooter usage. We had messages all over the city, including on the elevator doors of the parking structures downtown, online, and in multiple languages to reach the visitor population. We also partnered with the City of Los Angeles and USC to bring the message beyond our borders, as you can see in the middle image. We deployed a wrapped Expo Line train to amplify the scooter regulations messaging and also had campaign messages on the Big Blue Bus. We created a campaign website with over 4,000 unique visitors and a monthly email newsletter with 1,000 subscribers and an open rate of 43%, which is significantly higher than the industry average. The website features an interactive survey map that asks users to report locations of concerns on our roadway network, and the map tool, which closes at the end of the month, has received over 500 comments and is already providing staff with helpful ideas as we develop projects. We've also had over 20,000 views on our social media posts. One of the more popular elements of the campaign have been the lawn signs, of which we've distributed over 1,700 to residents. The signs allow people to show their support for safety, provide a reminder to people traveling on our streets, and brought the campaign into the neighborhoods where traditional ad placements are not readily available. The signs leveraged an existing Safe Routes to School grant, so they were produced at no additional cost to the city. To increase awareness, we connected with over 2,700 people at over a dozen community events last year, ranging from National Night Out, where participants created heart-shaped safety pledges, to the downtown farmers markets. We created stickers, window clings, and bumper stickers to distribute at these events. Of course, these events included Coast, where we had a popular live screen printing booth in 2018, and in 2019 we had a GIF photo booth, where 70% of the participants said they had previously heard of the Friendly Road campaign. We used non-traditional avenues to bring the message to the streets, with scooter messaging on the overhead signage throughout the downtown, banners placed on donated locations at construction sites, advertisements on trash and recycling bins, and messaging on parking hang tags as a reminder to drivers before starting the car. All of these placements were at no additional cost to the city. Using our in-house city crews, we stenciled a safety message, stop, look, wave, at each leg of each crosswalk at the 10 priority intersections. Here we are at the intersection of 18th and Wilshire with the support of Councilmember Hara. The Wilshire Safety Study, which you approved last month, utilized the campaign brand to connect the project with the broader safety messaging. Of note, we employed light pole banners along the corridor to get the word out. Over 200 comments on the survey map tool were specific to Wilshire Boulevard, and using that tool allowed us to reach people beyond the traditional community meeting attendees. The campaign look and feel was incorporated into the outreach materials for last year's Bike It Walk It Week in partnership with local schools. We attended Back to School Day at McKinley Elementary and even had a float in the Main Street Independence Day Parade. So with all that, how are we doing? An Intercept survey conducted in November revealed 3 main points. Awareness is high. 1 in 5 residents are aware of the campaign. People support our efforts. 2 out of 3 have a better opinion of Santa Monica upon learning about our road safety work. And they are changing their behavior as a result. 3 out of 4 agree with the statement, "I am aware of my speed as I play a part in making Santa Monica's roads safer and friendlier for all." However, looking at the crash data, it is clear that we still have work to do. The blue line along the bottom represents fatalities, which has trended slightly downward since 2011 to a 5-year rolling average of 4.2. The green line is severe injuries, which are slightly up at 25. And the pink line at the top is the combination of the 2. Once the 2019 data is finalized, we should see a slight reduction. This points to the importance of the other tools at our disposal, namely redesigning our streets to provide safe facilities for users of all ages, abilities, and modes of transportation. And I should note that in the design and implementation of these projects, there will be trade-offs to weigh that may challenge the auto-dominated status quo. As evidenced by the community support for and approval of the Wilshire Safety Study, we've been able to have these discussions and achieve consensus around the importance of safety. So how are we going to continue our work through 2020? First, we're applying the brand to support outreach efforts around capital improvement projects. For example, protected bike lanes will be implemented along a stretch of Broadway later this month, and we will post signage similar to this that will explain the function of the new street. We're also developing materials to support the Lincoln Neighborhood Corridor project as it moves into construction later this year. And these graphics are also in use for the Stewart Street project, which includes protected bicycle lanes. We will continue to look for opportunities to bring the safety message to the streets. Here are a few examples from earlier this year at Santa Monica Place. They were generous enough to donate space on their displays, which is a perfect location given the number of visitors as well as the location. Both 4th Street and Colorado Avenue are on our priority network. We will continue our online presence with social media posts, blog posts, and articles in Seascape. After closing the comment period on the online survey map on April 1st, we will analyze the information and share it with the community as well as use it to develop future projects. In our interdepartmental quarterly review of crash incidents, we've noticed a disturbing trend of scootering under the influence. So we are evaluating ways to message around this, such as partnering with bars and the operators. We're kicking around the idea of a crossing guard appreciation event as a way to spark conversations at home about safety between kids and their parents. And we plan to have a presence at a handful of events this summer, including the Main Street Summer Solstice and, of course, Coast. Finally, we're planning to add more stencils throughout the city. We will be adding messaging to 2 traffic calming bulb outs that will be built downtown, and we're exploring special crosswalk designs. We have a lot of exciting projects on the horizon and are encouraged that this campaign and messaging is resonating with the community. Thank you for taking the friendly road.
Thank you, and I'll comment that the Take the Friendly Road safety lawn signs have been so popular that I've seen a number of them borrowed and displayed on lawns in West LA, despite our branding. Are there any questions from the council? Councilmember Winter.
Yeah, I have 2. It's sort of a smaller note in your presentation, but you talked about Crossing Guard Appreciation Day. So what do you anticipate for that? I, for instance, know that the woman Pauline who's been guiding kids across Ocean Park Boulevard to Muir Smash Campus for years is just a rock star among crossing guards. I mean, she knows everybody's name. She no nonsense with the drivers who might try to make a right turn into the crosswalk. When do you intend to do that? Because I think it's basically an underpaid job that deserves some attention.
Yeah, they definitely deserve our appreciation, and we're thinking about something potentially along the lines of, encouraging kids to bring sort of a Valentine to give to the crossing guards on a particular day. The hope would be that we could send some talking points home to parents so that they could engage with their children and have these kinds of discussions at home. We think that parents talking to their children about this topic is probably one of the more effective ways to create kind of lasting change.
I think that's a great idea. And then there's a much bigger issue, which is, we have over the years spent a fair amount of capital funds on trying to calm traffic, as we call it. But the biggest challenge that we've had is that current state law does not allow us to regulate speed limits on our streets in a way which might actually reduce the number of accidents. But I understand there's an effort at the state level to change those laws. Can you debrief us on where that is, whether it might happen this year or not?
I don't know the likelihood of it passing, but I do know that a state assembly person is working on kind of gently changing the dial a little bit on that discussion. It's not sweeping change, but it is beginning to start moving the ship in the right direction, I think. I don't know what the status of it is.
All right, thank you.
Councilmember Moreno.
Just a quick comment, or a couple. I love the crossing guard appreciation. The crossing guards on Pearl I put themselves in danger every single day, and so they deserve our praise and appreciation. I think it's wonderful. The marketing for this campaign is phenomenal. I look at it all over the place. You see it all over the place. It's a great reminder, including the sign, so cheers for that. Incredible work. And then one comment about the injuries and fatalities. Are there more cars on the road in 2020 than there was in 2011?
I don't know if I know that number right off the top of my head. We certainly have seen an increase in trips related to Ubers and Lyfts, and so it's possible.
The number of cars on the road as a percentage of fatalities is a good measure to see, how effective we are in measuring against the total problem. So thank you very much. Great report.
Thank you so much for that report.
Thank you.
Council, the next item on our agenda was a late placement for reasons that will become obvious in a moment. So it will require a vote of the council to allow us to hear it as an emergency item. Would the clerk call that first, please?
The item is the city manager's report. It's update and discussion on federal, state, and local response measures to COVID-19.
So, council, I'll move that we suspend our rules to allow this emergency item to be heard tonight.
Second.
Okay, so that's been made by Mayor McKeown, seconded by Councilmember Hara. Seeing no discussion, we should probably take a roll call vote because it takes a supermajority, I believe.
Councilmember Moreno?
Yes.
Councilmember Himmelrich?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Winter?
Yes.
Councilmember Hara?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem O'Day?
Yes.
And Mayor McKim.
Yes, so the council by unanimous vote wants to hear the item. City Manager Cole, you're up.
Mayor and members of the council, and particularly members of our workforce and our community, tonight we deliver a report on what is on everyone's mind, which is the global spread of COVID-19, the coronavirus that originated in China and has spread to more than 70 countries in the world and is also in the state of California. To talk about what we are doing as a community and what we are doing with the health authorities at the county, state, and federal level. We have Lindsay Call, who is our Chief Resilience Officer, and it is felicitous that she also has a master's in public health with a specialty in infectious disease. So we are lucky to have her in that role. And then Debbie Lee, our Chief Communications Officer, because so much of mitigating the impact of this virus depends upon getting the word out about sensible actions that everyone can and should take, not only to protect themselves, but to protect other vulnerable people who are older or immunocompromised. This is not so much a threat to people in the prime of life and the prime of health, but it is a deadly threat to people with compromised immune systems. And so our taking the steps, whether it's elbow bumping instead of shaking hands, washing our hands frequently to ensure that we're not spreading disease, and other things you'll be hearing from Lindsay and Debbie, we all need to be doing it, even though we don't have any confirmed reports yet of the community spread of this disease in our community. We have to be ready, and we have to be in this together, along with our neighboring cities and the county. Lindsay?
Yes, Mayor, council members, thank you so much for letting us provide you with this update. So we just want to give some basics for the public and for you all on the disease, and what we're doing in Santa Monica to be as proactive as possible to respond to this event. So first of all, the novel coronavirus, also called COVID-19, is a coronavirus that is new, hence the word novel, similar to SARS and MERS. Typically, it causes mild to moderate symptoms, as Rick mentioned, but it has the ability to produce a pneumonia-like infection, which can cause severe complications. Typically, the symptoms are fever, cough, difficulty breathing, and then it can produce severe illness. It's spread through droplets produced by coughing or sneezing, close personal contact, which can include sharing utensils, sharing drinks with one another, and if you touch a surface and you have germs on your hands and then somebody else touches that surface and you touch your nose, your mouth, your eyes, it can spread that way as well. The incubation period is up to 14 days, which is significant when it comes to isolation and quarantine measures. So that's how long people have been asked to stay in their homes if they are a suspected case of this illness. There is no vaccine. There is not going to be a vaccine for likely 12 to 16 months. Supportive treatment has proven effective. However, we understand that it could have the potential to severely stress our healthcare system. So the current cases in the United States, and these numbers are changing rapidly, so please refer to the California Department of Public Health or LA County Department of Public Health for the latest statistics. But as of today, there are 17 positive cases in Los Angeles County, 134 cases in the United States. 24 of those are from repatriation flights, which are from countries of concern and brought back to the United States. 110 confirmed cases in California. Many people are engaging in self-monitoring, making sure that they're in an isolation or quarantine situation, And every 14 day, all of the 14 days, they're taking temperatures, having direct communication with County Department of Health across California to make sure that they are not a confirmed case. There's unfortunately been one death in California, and LA County Department of Public Health is able to do local testing of COVID-19 cases, and just recently 2 private laboratories are also available to do testing, and that testing in the state of California is free. So the most important piece is how to protect yourself and others, and we want absolutely every single member of the Santa Monica community to heed these recommendations to protect their health. First of all, most importantly, stay at home when you are sick. Even if you have a slight headache, slight fever, a cough, we highly encourage everyone to stay at home when they're sick to not spread this disease. Flu is also going around, as are the common cold, and it's in everyone's best interest, no matter if it's coronavirus or our current influenza virus, that everyone stay at home when sick. Second, wash your hands often with soap and water for at least 20 seconds. It's the best way to prevent spread of disease, especially before and after using the restroom, eating, etc. Cover your cough and sneeze, use good respiratory etiquette, and then make sure you wash your hands promptly after. Limit close contact with individuals who are sick. Clean and disinfect frequently touched items like door handles, door knobs, light switches, cell phones, things of that nature that you're frequently touching. And again, avoid touching your eyes, nose, and mouth with unwashed hands, as that can spread germs and give you enhanced likelihood of direct contact. Our organizations across Santa Monica are working together to try to prevent the spread of this disease in our workplaces. Some actions that every business can take is support and actively encourage sick employees to stay at home. So many times we try to just grin and bear it. We have that important meeting that we can't miss, and so we go to work. And that's not a safe decision right now. We really want to make sure people stay at home when they're sick. Separating sick employees, if they come to work sick, separating those individuals or asking that they go home. Emphasizing and supporting respiratory etiquette and hand hygiene by employees. Performing routine environmental cleaning. And there are excellent recommendations for employers on the LA County Department of Public Health website. It's guidance for employers, and I highly recommend that every business read over that multi-page document and start adopting those measures. So what is Santa Monica doing? So LA County Department of Public Health is our health agency for the city of Santa Monica and is the lead agency locally for this response. One thing is, germs do not understand borders. And so we will make sure that we are closely collaborating. We have been closely collaborating with LA County Department of Public Health on this issue, as well as our sister cities. We've implemented 911 dispatch screening measures, so anyone who calls 911 with complaints of shortness of breath or respiratory symptoms receives screening questions to make sure that we identify a potential COVID-19 case and that personal protective equipment is worn by our first responders. We're working closely with all of the departments across the city to develop business continuity plans for infectious disease emergencies. We've had existing infectious disease emergency response plans. We're updating them and making sure that they are completely ready to go just in case. We're regularly updating staff with FAQs, providing guidance on personal protective equipment and travel recommendations. We're coordinating with our local hospitals, Santa Monica College, the school district, our business improvement districts, travel and tourism chamber, pretty much everyone as much as possible to make sure that we have a collaborative effort with our local stakeholders as well as all of the West Side cities, including Beverly Hills, West Hollywood, and Culver City. We've hosted education for our community partners through the Santa Monica organization Active in Disasters, SMOAID, which includes many of the stakeholders I just listed. And we've done targeted training of personnel to ensure that they are up to date on the situation, the spread of the disease, as well as the recommended personal protective equipment that they should wear. So our Office of Communications has been an incredible partner in this effort. They have dropped everything to make sure that we are effectively communicating these public health messages to the public and to our staff. And so I'll turn it over to Debbie Lee to talk about that.
Thanks, Lindsay. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Debbie Lee, Chief Communications Officer. There is a lot of information right now out in the media about coronavirus. We have two objectives right now that we're focused on. The first is we want to make sure our community knows what Santa Monica is doing to prepare, and we want to make sure our community members know how to access official information on coronavirus. As Lindsay mentioned, DPH is the lead agency for this incident, and this includes releasing of any new information. So we highly encourage people to go to publichealth.lacounty.gov for updates. Secondly, we have lifted up a webpage on the city's website. We've had quite a few visits. It's only been up for a little less than a week. But this is going to focus on information specific to Santa Monica, and then of course provide links to the official websites for DPH and CDC. In addition, we've been doing frequent social media posts to encourage people to access official information and any local Santa Monica updates. And we pushed out a SAMO News newsletter that was specifically geared around coronavirus. As you can see, our open rate was about half, 50%, which is very, very high. We've also in the last week distributed Cover Your Cough messaging and posters to every public counter in the city, as well as installing temporary signs in all of our facility restrooms to encourage people to properly wash their hands. So we also want to encourage people to sign up for SM Alerts. You can do that on santamonica.gov/alerts. If we need to push out urgent information, we want people to receive these updates. Same thing with SAMO News. That's our e-newsletter, santamonica.gov/newsletter. In the last week, we've had 300 new enrollments. Facebook, Twitter, and then of course, again, publichealth.lacounty.gov.org is the official site that we want everybody to use for official information. And I think with that, if you have any questions, we're happy to answer them.
This may sound a bit parochial to the thousands of radio listeners who joined us about 10 minutes ago on KCRW, but this is the first question I get asked by residents. Are there any known cases in Santa Monica at this time?
So for patient privacy, there is no, LA County Department of Public Health is not announcing the specific location of any suspect or confirmed cases. If there are clusters of cases that have an impact to a jurisdiction where we need to take actions to protect the public health, they will contact the jurisdiction to inform them of that location where the exposure could have occurred, and then we can take next steps. But for the patient's privacy, no specific location is being named for any of the 17 cases.
And if we were contacted like that as a city, we would share that with residents so they would know. So in essence, if you haven't heard that we do have a case, we probably don't yet.
Correct. We have not received any information about any cases locally. We have not received any information about community spread in Santa Monica, so no.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Davis.
So I really want to thank you for the update on the health issues. I'm wondering if I can turn to the city attorney briefly, though, because some of the emails I've gotten have focused on potential price gouging situations, as well as people hoarding sanitary supplies, that sort of thing. So I'm wondering if you can share any information about that.
Yes, we did send out an alert. Price gouging is against the law. If community members become aware of price gouging that is occurring, please do feel free to call the city attorney's office and to file a consumer complaint. Price gouging during an emergency, which this has been declared a state of emergency by the California governor and a local emergency by LA County Public Health. The local emergency covers the city of Santa Monica. In that context, price gouging is absolutely against the law and consumer complaints can be filed. With respect to those hoarding materials, we do not have a law against buying more Purell than one needs. But what I can say to that is we are all in this together. Public health, as Lindsay has said, is a community issue. It is an issue where we are all working together to protect our own and each other's health, and we do all work together on this. So we do strongly discourage hoarding. I am not aware of specific laws prohibiting it, but price gouging is against the law. We do have an advisory out on price gouging. I would also take the opportunity to mention that Santa Monica was ahead of its time with its sick leave policy, which is in excess of state requirements. Santa Monica sick leave policy does require either 40 or 72 hours per employee of paid sick leave. It is a public health recommendation we are seeing coming out of the CDC and LA County Public Health that those who are sick stay home from work. In Santa Monica, this city council has been ahead of the game in recognizing that that is good public health policy and that employees should be able to stay home from work when sick.
The questions from council members on item 2E. See none. Thank you for your vigilance, and thank you for letting us know that we have such experts keeping an eye on what happens, because every day we hear new news reports and every day people email the council. Would you just one more time let people know what that website is that people can check every day to see what the latest news in Santa Monica is?
Absolutely. So it's www.santamonica.gov/coronavirus. And it will provide you all of our local information as well as links to LA County Department of Public Health, the Centers for Disease Control, World Health Organization, so you can get the latest local, national, and international news.
Thank you again. That concludes our 2 items for tonight, and it's time for the clerk to ask council members about travel.
Does anyone have brief travel to report since the last council meeting?
Start down at the end there with Mayor Pro Tem O'Day.
I enjoyed attending the Ahwahnee, the Local Government Commission Conference at the Ahwahnee at Yosemite Park this weekend, which was with other council members and other electeds and staff from across the state, and very enlightening.
Councilmember Hara.
I also attended the 2020 Yosemite Policymaker Conference, and I have to say that all of the policymakers that were there are interested in the same thing that we are, which is ensuring that we provide housing.
Councilmember Woodward, anything?
I did not go. I went to the LA Marathon and held the finish line tape for the top woman finisher, so that was pretty great.
Well, I attended that local government commission conference also. Was heartened at the continued commitment to housing from everybody there, but also there was some very useful discussion on energy. We have joined the Clean Power Alliance, which means we now get 100% renewable energy. That sort of thing is a movement happening across the state, and I think we can look forward to some real progress in cleaning up our greenhouse gas and carbon footprints. Councilmember Davis says she didn't go anywhere. Councilmember Himmerich and Councilmember Moreno.
I went to the Energy and Environment Committee that SCAG held right before their regional council vote of the RENA numbers. So it was quite the buzz within SCAG, and within the Energy and Environment Committee we talked about the necessity of the built environment and how that's going to impact the additional housing units that are being spread around the Southland.
So that takes care of our itineraries. It moves us on to the consent calendar.
Next, we have a consent calendar. All items would be considered and approved in one motion unless removed by a council member for discussion. And you have 4 requests to speak.
We do indeed, so we'll open the public hearing on the consent calendar. I'll call names, and if people could wait over by the side so they're ready. Our first speaker is Carlos Rubio, be followed by Denise Barton and Jerry Rubin. Mr. Rubio, you have time donated to you by James Bavardis. Is he here? All right, so you will have 4 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the City Council, city workers, and members of the community. My name is Carlos Rubio, and I am the spokesperson for Teamsters Local 911. Since 2013, we have represented the Trades and Maintenance Bargaining Unit, which currently has over 400 workers. These workers work in airport maintenance, beach house maintenance, beach maintenance, cemetery, civic auditorium, custodial, facility services, promenade, farmers market, fleet management, park maintenance, parking equipment repair, pier maintenance, RRR, street light repair and maintenance, street services, traffic signs and markings, BBB transit maintenance, urban forest, water resources, water, and wastewater. The purpose of my visit today, along with workers from our bargaining unit, is to inform you that on March 2nd, 2020, our bargaining unit presented the proposal that the city presented to the officers of the Coalition of Santa Monica City Employees. This is in regards to item L, for a vote to accept or reject the terms and conditions of the proposal. Over 90% of the votes cast by our membership rejected the proposal. Today, before you is a consideration to vote to adopt and authorize the city manager to execute memoranda of understanding, setting the terms and conditions for various groups. Included in this vote is a listing of California Teamsters Local 911. Provided that our members voted to reject this proposal, it is inappropriate to bind Teamsters Local 911 to the terms and conditions of the proposal, when legally our members have decided to reject the terms and conditions of the proposal. We cannot be bound by the vote of the coalition or the city council. If we allow this to go forward as is, we will consider all options. Further, hundreds of our members would be negatively impacted by the terms and conditions you gave direction for. To this, I want to say, shame on you. I had not had the opportunity to come up here and tell you to your face how terrible this is. Although we understand the challenges that public entities face on a daily basis, you elected to provide direction to your negotiators to provide a hardcore proposal of takeaways to then offer something that should somehow subside their fears of being imposed a worse deal. I am certain you wouldn't treat police and fire this way, because then you would have a major political fight in front of you. I am also certain you would be standing right here where I'm at if this was happening to you or your family. In my view, this is the beginning of a major attack on working people in the beautiful city of Santa Monica. Many of you have claimed to be pro-labor. Let me inform you that you just have subscribed to an anti-labor approach by resolving issues on the backs of workers, specifically with math that doesn't make sense. We know that we are a minority in this fight, but we have to speak up, and we will not shove something down our members' throats and instill fear just because a city administrator tells us to take it or leave it. You may not have realized it yet, but you are losing good people, and you are on the verge of losing more, and your administration will continue to recommend cuts for the next years. Cuts equal cuts in services to a city where demands increase more and more every day. At some point, it may not be a good deal to make the drive to Santa Monica to obtain employment. Most importantly, you have led the course in labor relations in the past. Today, you will be leading the fight against workers regionally, and you are doing it against your own employees. I assure you that I will work very hard and very smart to ensure that the continued attacks against city workers do not persist. If that means we have to hit the streets and educate the community and future leaders, then we will do so. We are not asking for empathy or a giveaway. We are asking to keep what we have and work for. The cuts you gave authorization for will save the city, per your reports, $3 million annually for 20 years, and will continue to save much more into the future. Yet the workers impacted, represented by various unions and associations, are set to receive $21 million over 7 years in one-time monies in exchange to see their pension benefits reduced while the city saves money to spend it in other priorities. How is that a fair deal? As stated before, you will have a difficult time attracting and retaining well-qualified staff in the future. This does not include the goal of capping medical benefits, which would again have employees contributing more out of pocket, therefore reducing their take-home pay and ability to spend resources in the local economy and possibly becoming eligible for social services, which end up costing taxpayers anyway. Prior to pension reform of 2013,
I'm sorry, your time is up.
Is that the fully donated time?
Yes, that's the full 4
Actually, I
minutes.
think you got about an extra minute because the clock hit 0 and the sounder didn't go off. So thank you very much.
Oh, I did?
Our next speaker is Denise Barton.
Thank you.
Okay. Now, folks, you've been at council meetings enough times to know that because we want everybody to be able to be heard without being judged by the other people in the room, we don't allow applause, catcalls, or any other sound while people are testifying or after they testify. You're welcome to express your opinions to the council, but please, during the meeting, respect the people who are at the podium. Ms. Barton?
Good evening. Let's start with item 3D. You continue to proclaim water self-sufficiency by 2023. Yet if you look at item 7B tonight, you will see the city's claim to have to build at least 1,100 new units a year for at least the next 9 years. But what do you care? You won't be here. Next, item 3E and 3F, federal grant funding. Here one does have to wonder if you missed the president's statement of not giving grant funds to sanctuary cities and states. Then for items 3K and 3L, please notice in item 3K the CalPERS stand at almost $450 million. Yet in item 3L, the city is dumping Tier 1 employees into CalPERS, with the city expecting the residents to pay for the debt and the new employees' debt too. Again, showing you know how to report your irresponsible financial activities. Finally, in item 3M, I have to question if the mobility manager in the Planning and Community Development Department, who is Francie Stephan, deserves a salary increase like that. I mean, hasn't bus use declined significantly since she's been in control? And I've seen all of you sitting up there request information on items which Francie Stephan is presenting, and she's been unable to answer questions or give requested information. But for that kind of job performance, let's give her a significant raise. Or would she be getting ready to leave the city? Because it is a common practice within the city to get employee salaries as high as they can, so their benefits package is larger after they leave the city's employment. I mean, Elaine Polachek and many before have done it. Yet in the staff report, might it be referred to as the new organizational structure? I hope Francine Stephan doesn't decide to physically assault me again after this presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barton. For the record, you identified the wrong city employee. That is not the mobility manager, so your statements were incorrect. Thank you. Mr. Rubin, before you speak, we have one more request to speak from Liz Barrell, who said only if the item is pulled from the consent. Because one of us has to recuse herself on that item, it will be pulled. So if knowing that you wish to speak, you'll be next. Mr. Rubin.
Thank you very, very much, Mayor McKeown, council members, Jerry Rubin, Santa Monica. I wanted to speak on item 3A on the consent calendar, the adoption of a resolution authorizing acceptance of a grant from the California Department of Justice for the Tobacco Grant Program for the Tobacco Enforcement Program at the Police Department. First, I want to thank the city for their conscientious ongoing efforts to curb the hazardous effects of cigarette smoking that hurts everyone's health and our environment. Now, I don't know exactly what this grant's going to do and how it's going to be used directly, but I do know that there are less people smoking from what I see around Santa Monica, so it's having an effect. But I do see more people vaping. So I hope some of this money could be used in some way to enforce the vaping. I know that the laws are the same in the places where cigarette smoking is banned, but people aren't getting the message, and I think particularly our young people are being misled about any benefits that they think vaping might do, when in fact it's even arguable it's even more addicting than cigarette smoking, and it is harmful, the secondhand vaping as well as the secondhand cigarette smoke. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rubin. Our last speaker on the consent calendar is Liz Burrell for 2 minutes.
Thank you. Just under a month ago, the council offered a way out of the impasse that was imposed on the coalition of city employees, and it was a very short amount of time that the employees, the board of the coalition and all of the boards of all of the bargaining units within the coalition went out to bring that proposal to all of our members, to educate them and to help them to understand what the options were in front of us and the alternative of continuing the impasse. Following a lot of educational opportunities from bargaining units and from the coalition board came together and voted on March 4th. As you heard from the Teamsters, they voted against it. One bargaining unit abstained, and all the other bargaining units voted for this proposal. And I don't disagree with your previous speaker that this has been an experience for employees, a negative experience for employees going through this entire process over the last year and a half. Has left a bad taste in many people's mouths in terms of how people perceive themselves to have been treated through the negotiations process. Having said that, we're very grateful that we were given an offer to break the impasse that is very, very fair on the medical agreement and the best we will get on the retirement agreement, and in that light, people voted for it. So I'm just here to say that we hope that the council will honor this proposal that was offered to us.
Thank you, Ms. Burrell. That closes the public hearing on the consent calendar, brings it before the council. I understand one of us will have to recuse herself. Councilmember Hara, would you like to ask that we pull that part that you'd have to recuse yourself on?
Yes, please. I would like for you to pull item 3L, which is the MOU with the coalition, because my daughter does work with the city. I do believe that that would be a conflict of interest, and in order for us to maintain the integrity of the process, I am going to recuse myself from that item.
Okay, so hold your seat for the moment, because we will hold that as a separate vote. Are there any other items on the consent calendar anybody wishes to pull, or is there a motion for the remainder of the consent calendar?
I'll move that we approve the remainder of the consent calendar with the exception of item 3L.
Second.
That has been moved by Councilmember Winter, seconded by Councilmember Hara. I don't see any discussion, so roll call vote, please.
Mayor Pro Tem O'Day?
Yes.
Councilmember Hara?
Yes.
Councilmember Winter?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Hemmerich?
Yes.
Councilmember Moreno?
Yes.
And Mayor McCune?
Yes. So with the exception of item 3L, the consent calendar has been approved by the City Council with a unanimous 7-0 vote. We'll give Councilmember Hara a moment to leave the room as required by law. And while she's doing that, perhaps the clerk could call item 3L.
3L is adoption of a resolution authorizing the city manager to execute a memorandum of understanding, setting the terms and conditions of medical insurance coverage and the California Public Employee Retirement Plan with the administrative team, ATA, the California Teamsters, Local 911, Management Team Association, Municipal Employees Association, Public Attorney Union, Public Attorneys Legal Support Staff Union, Supervisory Team Association, United Transportation Union Local 1785, Executive Pay Plan participants, and certain unrepresented classifications.
I don't see any questions or requests for discussions, or roll call vote, please.
Yes, I move 3L.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Hemmerich and seconded by Winter.
Mayor Pro Tem O'Day?
Yes.
Councilmember Winter?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Himmerich?
Yes.
Councilmember Morena? Yes. And Mayor McCann?
Yes. So item 3L has been approved by a 6-0 unanimous vote of the council members present, with one recusal from Councilmember Hara, who can now return to the room. And with that, we'll move on to our administrative proceedings and item 6A.
Item 6A is the Appeal 19-ENT-0423 of the Landmarks Commission determination to approve application 19-ENT-0281 designating the single-unit residential property located at 1531 Georgina Avenue as a city landmark and associated landmark parcel.
Good evening, council, staff, members of the public. My name is Stephanie Reich. I'm an architect, urban designer, and serve the city as Design and Historic Preservation Planner. Before you is an appeal of the landmark designation of 1531 Georgina Avenue, designated by the Landmarks Commission on November 11th, 2019. As you know, this is a de novo hearing. A little information about the property. This is a 2-story single-family residence built in 1941 in the Colonial Revival style. The building is a relatively simple design with some common features of the style. However, there have been extensive alterations in 1985 and 1993, such as the balcony, which wraps around to the rear of the house, and the enlargement of the dormer at the front of the house, among other changes. Edla Muir, a notable and important architect, designed this house. Edla Muir is important, and she is primarily recognized for her award-winning modern residential architecture. On the bottom images, you'll see an image of the John Rex House, also known as the Zola Hall House in Mandeville Canyon, 1949. And this is the type of work that she's better known for. Above is an image of the 1531 Georgina Avenue, an example of very early work before she really came into her own style. So Jan Ostachet of Ostachet & Associates, Historic Preservation Planner, provided an assessment of the property, which staff reviewed and analyzed in addition to analyzing the property. We found that the house, the construction of the house predates the significant period of residential development in this portion of the North of Montana neighborhood. It's a modest example of the Monterey Colonial Revival style. There are far more superior examples in the city, and the building is not representative of Edla Muir's significant work. We also found that it does not meet any of the structure of merit designation criteria, does not appear as a unique or rare example of its design, is not representative of a style no longer prevalent, and does not appear to be a contributor to a potential historic district due to its lack of integrity. Therefore, the staff recommendation in this case is denial of the landmark and the structure of merit designation and uphold of the appeal. The Landmarks Commission viewed this somewhat differently in a vote of 6-1 on November 11th, 2019. They voted to designate the property as a city landmark based on its association with Edla Muir, and stated as part of the statement of official action, although the residence is not comparably stylistic to the work for which Muir is best known, it is a representative example of her early revival style work while working with buyers, and is a rare example of her work in Santa Monica. So these are the statements included in the appeal. The appeal summary includes a number of items focused on the appeal of the landmark designation. So the appeal statement stated that the property does not retain sufficient integrity to convey its significance. Historic integrity is described as the ability of a property to convey significance as defined as the authenticity of the property's historic identity with physical characteristics that existed during the property's historic period. And since there were those renovations that we mentioned that impact the street and side and rear of the property, we believe it no longer maintains sufficient integrity to reflect its original design and period. The second item is actually two items in one. The property is not distinctive or representative example of the Monterey style, and that the property is not a distinguished example of the work of architect Ed Lemure. So staff agrees with the appellant that the property is not a distinctive or representative example of the Monterey Colonial Revival style. And while staff agrees that the subject residence may not be a distinguished example of the work of Muir, the residence has been considered by the Landmarks Commission as a representative example according to the criteria. And that's why the commission found for designation of the landmark, although staff disagrees with this finding. The appellant also states that the primary character-defining features are altered and do not convey original design intent. And staff also agrees with this statement, that based on inappropriate alterations to the structure, the residence no longer appears to maintain sufficient integrity to accurately reflect its original design and period revival style architecture. And these photos show some of the features that have been significantly modified. And so we are recommending findings to uphold the appeal and deny the landmarks designation. Those findings are included in your staff report. And therefore, for the reasons I stated, staff recommends that the City Council grant the appeal and deny the designation application for the property at 1531 Georgina based on the findings included in the staff report. We've also included an alternative action. Thank you, and we're here for questions.
Does the council have any questions for Ms. Reich? Councilmember Himmelrich.
Yeah, so I read the staff report and I did some research into Ms. Muir, and so it's my understanding that the time she designed this house, she was in a practice with John Byers. Is that right?
That's our understanding as well.
And I'm sorry, I'm making this echo, but I don't know how to stop. And it's my understanding that they were in partnership for about 20 years. Is that right?
That's right.
So then I did a little research on her and him and projects that they collaboratively designed. So my real question is, the staff report and the appeal don't really talk about the significant long-time partnership between them and the many houses they designed before she went into her modernistic period. Can you explain why that is?
Yeah, well, thank you very much for this question. This property was designed by Ed Lemure on her own, not as part of the partnership with John Byers. And that, if you can look at that's evident in the images of the drawings. It does not have their title block on it. It has her own name as architect on it. So from that, the consultant and myself speculate that at the time it was the practice and still is that if you do a project outside of your firm, you put your own name on it and not the firm name.
Did you look at other projects that were designed around the same time, right before she launched, to see whether there was a title block on those projects?
I haven't done that research. We haven't been to the archive in Santa Barbara to do that extensive research. We really focused on this property.
So you didn't do any research on whether at that time he was helping her launch on her own by letting her put her own name on these?
Okay, so to be clear, we understand that she was in partnership with John Byers and then ultimately took over the firm rather than having go out on her own while the Byers firm then maintained in a sort of parallel course. We understand that clients came to the firm or to Ed Lemure asking specifically for her to design their home, and she did this, we understand, because of the title block, outside of the firm partnership.
Okay, well, I will have the opportunity to ask more questions later. Thank you.
If you wish. Any other questions at this time? Councilmember Winters.
So I want to make sure I understand correctly. The staff recommendation and at least one consultant felt that this building did not meet landmark criteria number 5, but the Landmarks Commission did, correct?
That's correct.
And there's and the reason for people think it does not meet criteria number 5 is that this is not an example of Ms. Muir's work when she was in the prime of her career. Is that correct?
That's correct, and to elaborate slightly, this is an example of very early work of hers before she really came into her own as an architect. So looking at the work that she is well known for, comparing it to this work, we don't believe it's a representative example of her work.
But there's a great deal of subjectivity in that decision, correct? Whether or not it's important.
Correct. We respectfully disagree with the Landmarks Commission. We very often agree with the decisions that they make. We simply disagreed on this point.
Let me just give you an example. Everybody knows the work of Pablo Picasso, right? Cubism. Average layperson would recognize a Cubist painting as the work of Pablo Picasso. But before he got into his Cubist period, he had his Rose period and his Blue period. Chicago Institute of Art has his old guitarist hanging there. And we acknowledge the value of his earlier work because it helps the public understand and edifies the progression of that artistic journey. And couldn't the same logic apply to an architect? It's interesting for the public to see preserved examples of their early work and to see how they evolved over the years?
It certainly can. In this case, we don't believe it does because we don't believe that this has really nascent aspects of the kind of architecture that she grew to do really on her own.
Okay, but again, you acknowledge it's a subjective decision.
And with my experience as an architect and understanding what I would like you to landmark and what I would not of my own work.
Yes. All right, thank you.
Any other questions? Councilmember Hara.
I just want to follow up a little bit on that too. I just want to make sure that we're not penalizing her early work just because it is her early work. It is her work nonetheless. So as Councilman Winter said, this is a very unbiased decision or biased decision. So I want to make sure that that's not what we're doing. So I guess that would be my question. Are we...
So to elaborate, when we recognize early work, very often we see aspects of the more mature work within the early work. We can trace a line from that mature work, from the work that an architect or an artist is known for, to that previous work. In this case, we cannot see a line between the work as a mature architect and the work that she did here in this case. And as an architect, I can tell you that happens very often, where you will do work for a client that is really not representative of your own vision as an architect, but is really in service to your client.
Okay, thank you.
I don't see any other questions. Thank you. We may have more
Thank you
questions
very
once
much.
we hear from the public. We'll now open the public hearing on item 6A, and our first speaker will be representing the Landmarks Commission, Ken Breisch. As a representative of the commission, you will have 5 minutes. Good evening.
Ken Bryce, I'm a member of the Landmarks Commission. I live at 1017 2nd Street here in Santa Monica. And thank you for your very perceptive questions, council members. I'm here this evening, of course, representing the City Landmarks Commission. As you're aware, we have voted to landmark the property at 1531 Georgina Avenue for its association with Edla Muir, a woman who worked in this city in a number of capacities in the office of architect John Byers, including as a partner in the firm of Byers and Muir from 1934 to 1942, and then as a very successful independent practitioner until 1968. Ms. Muir's career, which is still in need of further evaluation, was by any standard more than remarkable. From age 13 until her graduation from high school in 1923, she worked on weekends and vacations as an office assistant in Byers' office. In 1926, at age 20, she was promoted to draftswoman and designer and began an apprenticeship which led to her receiving a professional architectural license and an associate position in the newly formed office of Byers and Muir, Associated Architects. In 1934, because Byers burned most of his papers and drawings in the early 1960s, it is difficult to determine exactly what her role was in the office. And I think that goes to a number of your questions. We don't know what she was really doing, although she seemed to have a very important position. She was a full partner with John Byers for many years, and that's more than unusual for any woman architect at this particular time. So we don't know exactly what she was responsible for. I'll come back to that in just a moment. But it is difficult to determine what her role was in the office, although after this date, the scope of the residential designs emanating from this office became more diverse, reflecting, among other things, Spanish colonial revival, Monterey, as we see the house before us, and French and provincial styles. It seems highly likely, since we know that as the office grew in size, Byers began to step back from the design process, leaving more and more responsibility to Ms. Muir, that she was heavily involved in the design process. Well, not a completely unusual trajectory for young architects, although most don't start as office assistants at age 13, I have to admit. The professional advancement of Ms. Edla, a woman working in an overwhelmingly male profession, accomplished this with only a high school education and her experience in the office. In addition to working as a full partner in the office of Byers and Muir Associated Architects, Ms. Muir also began to undertake a handful of independent projects, which ultimately culminated in her designs for the house at 1531 Georgina Avenue, which is under consideration this evening. Given the material which we were presented at our meeting, the Landmarks Commission felt that the remarkable achievement of Edla Muir, in no small part because of her gender, was grossly underestimated in the report, a phenomenon not at all unusual in the field of architectural history, if not in the fields of history in general, that is typically is not interpreted in terms of gender, ethnicity, or race other than white male architects. In the consultant's report, for example, the category of persons of historical importance, only the potential significance of the first owner of the house, John Howard Steenson, who they couldn't find out much about, is examined. Mrs. Muir doesn't even appear in that section of the report. When it comes to a discussion of design and aesthetics, it's stated that, quote, original plans for 1531 Georgina Avenue indicate Muir's skilled drafting hand, yet also reflect her evolving understanding of architectural principles and design, and show that she was still relatively inexperienced as an architect at this point in her career, when in fact she had been practicing for 16 years in the firm in various kinds of capacities. It's hard to believe that she didn't understand architecture at this particular point in time. Another telling indication of how this woman and many others often become, I think, invisible, but this not by the current consultants, I should add. Her name is misspelled Elda in early historic resource reports.
Thank
So
you, Mr.
for this reason, it's because
Your time is up, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's because of her significance.
Thank you very much.
I have some questions.
Okay, you have to raise your hand, or I don't know that.
I did.
Councilmember Hillerich.
But I'm sort of in a bad spot and low. Hi, so as I said, I did a little independent research. So she actually practiced with Mr. Byers for 20 years, correct?
Yes.
Before she became an architect, and she was apprenticed to him, basically.
Initially, but then she was a full partner for almost a decade.
Yes, and so when I looked at it, when I searched her, I found that she had designed Shirley Temple's house, that there were other famous houses, and I actually once looked at that house and still regret that I didn't buy it right back in the day, but having no idea what it was. But and another house similar to this style in Brentwood, right, for Shirley Temple. And in this time period while she was still working with John Byers. And I looked, it looks as if her name is on those as well. So I don't have any understanding, but do you know whether anyone did any research into how the attribution worked between them, or whether it always had the studio for both of them, or anything about that?
There's a master's thesis from UC Santa Barbara that's about 30 years old, and the author of that went through all of the surviving John Byers drawings at UC Santa Barbara, as I have as well. And it's very difficult. There are only fragments of details of windows and doors and things like that, for the most part, that survive. For some reason, Byers destroyed his entire archive of drawings, and so it's impossible to know really who had what hand in what, although it does seem as if John had kind of stepped back from the real design process and left a lot to Ms. Muir.
And as of this time, as of 1941, were there any other real practicing architects who were designing women practicing architects designing homes in Santa Monica?
Not from Santa Monica. We do have the Beach House by Julia Morgan, but she was from San Francisco. And other than that, no, not that I'm aware of at all. In fact, you'd be hard-pressed to find more than a handful of women, I think, in the entire state of California.
And there have been articles about her and Julia Morgan and maybe one other person, but there aren't very many, I think.
It's, yeah, rare. Well, yes.
Were you an architect?
I'm an architectural historian, actually.
Thank you.
Other questions for Mr. Bryce, representing the Landmarks Commission? I don't see any, so thank you very much. Next speaker is Hee Yoon Kim, who is listed as the address 1531 Georgina. So I'm assuming that you are the appellant in this case?
Yes.
You asked for 2 minutes, but because the Landmarks Commission, which designated the house, got 5 minutes, we will give you 5 minutes to make
Mayor,
your case.
actually, we would recommend that the appellant be given 10 minutes and can reserve time for the end
Okay, you have the option then to use up to 10 minutes, of which you may use anything up to 10 now, and you may choose to use part of that time now and save part of your time for a rebuttal after the conclusion of the public testimony.
I don't need 10 minutes. I don't have that much to say.
How much time would you like to use now?
I'll use maybe 3 minutes.
Whatever you have left, you'll have saved. You can rebut the public testimony.
Okay.
So
Good
we'll start the
evening.
clock now.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Hyun Kim. My husband, Iming Chai, and I recently moved here from Princeton, New Jersey, and purchased 1531 Georgina Avenue. We fell in love with the area and the charm of the 1940s house. But when we were told that the house had a 5D3 designation, it was very disconcerting because we weren't sure what that term meant, and it was very unfamiliar to us. I did some research on my own, and it is my understanding that no demo or alterations on the exterior can occur. even though we have no plans to demo the property or alter the exterior. The restrictive nature of the 5D3 concerned us, and we worry about the future and the property being less desirable with that designation and how it will deter potential buyers if we should decide to sell. The previous owner started the appeal, and we decided to continue the appeal to remove that designation. The property is not distinctive or representative of the Monterey style, nor is it a distinguished example of the work of Edla Muir. Unremarkable architectural presence, nothing distinguishing or valuable for historical preservation. Antiquated interiors with no storage or closet space for modern living. The windows are a particular concern for us due to their age, repair is difficult, and safety standards have changed. The house was altered in 1985 and in 1993 and no longer convey the original design intent. Edla Muir was a modernist, and the Georgina house is not representative of her trademark work. I would like to reiterate the staff's report. The property does not retain sufficient integrity from its original construction to convey its significance. The property does not appear to exemplify the cultural, social, economic, political, or early architectural development to this particular area north of Montana. For these reasons, staff finds it ineligible for structure of merit designation based on inappropriate alterations. The alterations can be seen from the front, side, and rear, and due to the corner-sided property, it should be reviewed at a higher integrity threshold. I worry that the 5D3 designation will affect the property value by imposing limitations on future construction. We pay one of the highest property taxes on our block and have the smallest house. So that in itself is a negative, and then when you factor in the 5D3 limitation, the property seems even less desirable. I hope you will remove this designation and reconsider the ramifications it places on this property. We are almost empty nesters, and we see ourselves living in this house for a very long time. We have no plans to demolish, alter, or do any changes on the exterior, but would like the security of knowing that we are free to make changes if we see fit. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, you have a considerable amount of your time left for rebuttal later. Are there any questions? Yes, there are, from Councilmember Moreno. This will not count against your time.
Okay.
Thanks for coming and talking about this. When you purchased the property, were you made aware of the designation at the time of purchase?
We were made aware of it, but the real estate agents did not know what it was, or they weren't free to tell us what it was. But they told me to do my own research and to call the city, which I did.
Got it. Okay, thanks. And then, are you aware of the benefits of a landmarked property?
I am. You mean the Mills Act?
Yeah.
Yes, I am aware of that.
Okay. Okay. And you understand how that works with property
I
taxes?
do.
Okay. Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions for the appellant? Seeing none, thank you for now. We'll go on to the other members of the public who've asked to speak on item 6A. Our first one is Ruth Ann Lehrer, followed by Jerry Rubin. And both of you have asked for 2 minutes on this item. Good evening, Ms. Lehrer.
Good evening, council members. I'm representing the Santa Monica Conservancy, asking you to deny the appeal and uphold the landmark designation. It's astonishing to me, as an architectural historian, that staff and consultants were so dismissive of the value of Edla Muir's early work, particularly a building that exemplifies her partnership with architect John Byers, an acclaimed Santa Monica architect. Her career path was extraordinary, starting out as a part-time clerical assistant, subsequently being promoted to draftsman, and then mentored by Byers, rising to become his full partner and earning her architect's license in 1934. This is an extraordinary career path. She was a pioneer female architect in a man's world, self-taught, and set up her own firm in 1942. This house, built in 1941, marks the culmination of her apprenticeship and her partnership with Byers, just as she was about to forge ahead on her own. Selecting the Monterey Colonial Revival style was a deliberate tribute to Byers' deep devotion to Mexican vernacular architecture. and it's one of only 2 houses attributed to Ed LeMure in Santa Monica. As for alterations, the standard is not that a property should be pristine and unchanged since it was built, but whether the alterations are respectful and consistent with the original design intent. In this case, they are. A small original dormer on the south side has been enlarged. The second-story balcony, which originally ran along 2 sides, now runs along 3, and the staircase, which was no longer needed, was removed. The alterations to the front door and adjacent window are minor, and alterations located at the rear and the back, additions located at the rear and the back of the lot are not even visible from the public right-of-way. Ironically, we're celebrating Women's History this month. What better way than to recognize and honor this important building designed by a woman architect who was a pathfinder among a most unorthodox path, and a real tribute to Santa Monica and particularly her mentor, John Byers. I'd be happy to answer any questions I have.
Thank you, Ms. Levy. Your time ran out.
Thank you.
If the city clerk could check that clock, it doesn't seem to be making any noise at the end of the time. Are there any questions for Ms. Lehrer? Councilmember Moreno.
Thanks for presenting. I'm actually not totally familiar with the Mills Act. I just know that it's there and it's a benefit. Can you give me some explanation about how that works?
For new buyers, it can be a tremendous benefit. It's a contract with the city for a homeowner who intends to preserve the property and has a plan to maintain and rehabilitate the property. In return, the property tax is reassessed, and for a new homeowner, it can amount to as much as 50 to 75% of the current taxes. The assumption is that money is needed by a homeowner to restore a property and a historic property and to compensate an owner for taking on the job of stewardship of a historic property.
Got it. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? Councilmember Winchor.
And that tax break would continue on to any subsequent owners of the property, correct?
That's correct. It rides with the land, and so it becomes a benefit on resale if anybody sells the property in the future. That low tax rate adheres to the property.
Yeah, so we often hear that a landmark status can be a deterrent to future real estate values, but in many ways, in fact, because of that significant tax break, it's incentive to it enhances the value.
It is. And in many other ways, landmark properties can be a magnet for certain buyers because there's other benefits as well. And I think the property owner would be well advised to talk to city staff or Santa Monica Conservancy and learn more about what the benefits are.
All right, thank you.
Just to keep the process straight, that's a very informational conversation, but the landmark designation has to be based on the criteria in the landmarks ordinance, just so we all understand that. Any other questions? Our last speaker on item 6A is Jerry Rubin.
Thank you very, very much, Mayor McCone, council members, Jerry Rubin, Santa Monica. Certainly, I'm not an expert landmark historian, but I know the deep respect you have for the Santa Monica Conservancy and the people you appointed to our Landmarks Commission and how experienced they are. I know Ruth Ann Lehrer is not only on the Conservancy, but as you all know, she served for many years on our Landmark Commission herself as a historian. So everything I've heard from Ken Brush and Ruth Ann Lehrer, and just the fact that this was a near unanimous decision by our Landmarks Commission, I would hope that the council would keep that practice unless there's a really amazing reason to overturn the Landmarks decision. I would hope that you would deny the appeal and actually respect the decision of our Landmark Commissioners. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rubin. Ms. Kim, you have remaining time, which you may use to rebut the public comment we just heard, if you wish. And the clerk will be setting the clock to show you how much time you have, but somewhere about 6 minutes.
Okay. I just wanted to say that we love old homes. That's why we bought this house in particular. But I think it's really the right of the property owner to decide what they would or would not like to do with the property. That's what I fear. I want to reiterate that We bought this house because it was a 1940s house, and we hate modern, and we hated all the modern, the overbuilt, you know, the open concept. That's not what, I mean, this was the closest thing that I could find that reminded me of the East Coast. So this is why I purchased it, but I don't know when we sell it what the next person's going to want to do with the property. And with or without the limitations of this designation, I know there are benefits to it as well, but I feel like it's an infringement on when someone is spending this kind of money on a house, and then you tell them like, oh no, you have to preserve the historical integrity of this home. And I mean, I'm from New Jersey, Princeton. It's the oldest place. Like, this house isn't even considered old where I'm from. But I mean, I would definitely preserve this in my lifetime. But I really worry that, you know, you're telling somebody else, like, this is what you have to do. And it was a real turnoff for us, not knowing the area very well. And when the real estate agent told us this, but was very uneducated in terms of what it was, and we said, oh my gosh, it was so frightening to hear that it had this designation. And it's kind of arbitrary. It happened, this designation was as of November 2019, like all these years, this remarkable architect was around. And then on November, like 2019, you decide that you're going to give it this landmark designation. If it was that great, why didn't they decide this long time ago? And I just find that kind of weird too, the way that it's so arbitrary, and then you just decide like, okay, we're going to make this one a landmark. The house needs some updating, obviously, and I know that the two alterations, building that back piece on and the side piece and the additional bedroom, I don't think the house could take on any more additions. So, I mean, we're not going to do anything like that, and we love the fact that the house is so small, and it's just my husband and myself. But I think the most important thing is when you purchase a home, it should be the right of the homeowner to decide whether or not they are going to demo or keep the house, or even if it has historical significance. There are many homes that have historical significance, and other people have come along, torn it down, and built a McMansion. But as of November 2019, someone came along and decided this house wasn't going to happen. It wasn't going to happen to this house. So that's what I have issue with. Why this house? Like, why do my neighbors have huge houses that go way past the yard perimeters, and then they can have a ginormous house like that? And my house is teeny tiny. Any answers?
Thank you, Ms. Kim. I have a question for you from Councilmember Davis.
Well, you were asking what triggered this. Isn't it true that you applied for a demolition permit?
No.
Well, I have a picture of your house.
No, that was
with
the owner before us.
That was the owner. Well,
that's
what,
not me.
But when it goes, part of our demolition process is it goes to the Landmarks Commission, so that's why now.
Okay, so I didn't trigger that. I mean,
well, right, but the previous somebody filed for a demolition permit, which is what put the property in front of the Landmarks Commission and put it on their radar. So when you bought the house,
right,
did you withdraw the demolition permit?
I didn't know, because I didn't ask for a demolition permit.
Okay, so it had already been requested by the previous owner.
Right.
And okay, and I think that answers the question though of why now, is because once the request for a demolition permit is pulled, then it has to be reviewed by the Landmarks Commission. Did you understand that?
No, I did not.
Okay, great, thanks.
Of course, demolition permits are of limited time, so we might at some point ask staff if that demolition permit has expired. We can find that out later. Are there any other questions for Ms. Kim? Another question?
Well, just to follow up on that, when did you buy the house exactly?
February 11th.
Of 2020?
Right.
Okay, because the demolition permit was requested in July of 2019.
Okay.
And the house was landmarked in November of 2019, so that's
Right.
within the period. Okay, great, thank you.
Okay.
So this question closed the public hearing on item 6A, and because this is a landmarks appeal, Council, we are sitting in quasi-judicial mode. So at this point, I'd like to ask if anybody has any ex parte communications to disclose. Councilmember Davis.
I simply drove by the property. I'm very familiar with it, having lived in the neighborhood previously, but I drove by the property on Saturday afternoon at approximately 3 p.m. and got out and just looked in detail at the property.
Councilmember Himmerich.
So I live 3 blocks from the property, and so I walk by it all the time. I'm very familiar with it, as I am with the blocks leading up to it and on the other side of it. And I've walked around it several times.
Any other ex parte communications? Councilmember Winter.
I have had no conversations with either the applicant or the appellant or anybody from the commission or the conservancy outside of the email correspondence as part of the public record, but out of an abundance of caution, I suppose I should mention that I ran into Jeffrey Sturgis on Sunday, who told me he was going to send an email encouraging us to deny the appeal, and that email is part of the public record.
Councilmember Himmerich has just thought of something else.
So when you threw me out of closed session, I saw Ms. Lehrer, and I spoke to her about this project. And I did receive correspondence from her and I think from Ms. Lebline concerning the house.
Any others? Okay, Council, so the matter is before us, and there was a question raised that I'd just like to clarify with staff. Can you tell us when that demolition permit expires, if it already has or will soon, or is it 1 year after that July date?
The demolition permit has not been issued because the Landmark Commission designated the property.
I'm sorry, I couldn't understand that.
So the demolition, what you see in your images is a notice of a demolition permit application. As part of the application process, the Landmarks Commission reviews the property. In this case, they chose to designate the property, and therefore the demolition permit has not been issued.
So if tonight we conclude this process one way or the other, and we do not landmark the property, there would have to be an affirmative action on behalf of the current property owner to follow through to get a demolition permit for the property? Or would it automatically be granted?
I'm not exactly sure if they would have to reapply or if that demolition permit remains active.
Yeah, it would remain active, so it would be up to the property owner to exercise their rights under that permit or not.
Okay, so if it wouldn't take a positive action, is there a possible action for the property owner to rescind the interest in a demolition permit?
They certainly could do that.
What would the process for that be?
They could just withdraw the permit application.
Okay, thank you very much. Matters before the council. First of all, questions for staff. Anybody? Councilmember Moreno has a question for staff.
Just a quick question of staff, and I don't know who exactly it goes to, but the question was raised, or the point was raised about, the inside of the house is not modernized, lack of closets, etc. What is the Landmarks rule about remodeling the inside of the house?
The interior is not included in the landmark designation.
Understood. Thank you.
Councilmember Himmerich.
Yes, so I have a question about the staff reports I've seen. There was a first staff report, and then there was another one that I guess was prepared for this hearing by different firms, is that right? So one was for the Landmarks Commission. Are there 2 reports in our packet?
I don't believe so.
Okay, so there's a
Oh, I'm sorry, the property owner, forgive me, the property owner provided their own professional assessment.
Okay, so we have 2 staff reports. I could have asked them that, but I'm more curious. When you ask for a report for the Landmarks Commission, what do you ask for?
So this is our typical practice. We ask one of our on-call consultants to provide a full assessment of the property, and Ostashea and Associates provided us with that assessment.
And you ask them to look at any, do you assume that they're going to look at what you want to know, or do you ask them to look at whether anybody, who is of historical significance, designed the project, lived in the project, et cetera?
Yeah, there is a whole host of information that is typical for our assessments, and all of our on-call consultants are familiar with that. Jan Ostashea has been working with the city for over a decade, so she is fully aware of the information that we ask for.
But when I look at the staff report that we prepared, I don't see much about Ms. Muir or Mr. Byers or other properties in the area that they designed similar to this one.
That's right. We provide more of a summary related to the consultant report. We don't repeat all of the information in the consultant assessment.
So in the consultant assessment, which we don't have, there was more information?
The consultant assessment is an attachment to the report.
Okay, so I did read it because I still didn't see much about that. About the partnership, the 20-year partnership between Byers and Muir.
Because this is a property that was designed by Ed Lemuir. It was not designed as part of their partnership. And the designation is based on its association with Ed Lemuir and not with John Byers or with the partnership.
I understand what you're saying, but again, I'm not an expert in this. I'm not an architectural historian. But when I just did a 15-minute Google search, I found 2 properties in Brentwood that look almost exactly like this. And they were designed by them in conjunction. So
With respect, Councilmember,
I'm trying to understand the kind of research that goes behind whether this is a significant project or not. That's what I'm trying to understand.
I appreciate your comments. When we reviewed the report that Ms. Ostache provided, we believed that there was sufficient information about how this related to the oeuvre of Ed Lemuir.
Thank you.
Member Davis has been flipping through various documents on her iPad and has a question.
Yeah, sorry. So I just want to get the timeline right. The demolition permit was filed in July of 2019 by the previous owner. The Landmarks Commission landmarked the property in November of 2019. Is that correct? The final statement by Chair Genzer was signed December 9th, as I see it here.
That's right.
So once a property is landmarked, what notice is given to the public? For example, does it show up on a title report?
It should, yes.
So if somebody purchased the property in February of 2020, presumably they purchased it with knowledge that the property had been landmarked. Is that correct?
They should have known that the Landmarks Commission had taken that action.
Okay. And is there some subsequent action the Landmarks Commission needs to take to perfect? Or is it just once the Landmark Commission does it, it's done? There's no like subsequent legal action they have to take, some special magic
That's
handshake
correct.
or something?
But since the matter is under appeal, the designation is not in place.
Right, and I understand that. But it's under appeal, but presumably, and Ms. Kim admitted that she purchased it with some knowledge of the fact that it had been landmarked. Is that your understanding
Yes,
as
and
well?
our team spoke with her as well.
Okay, and did you speak with her? You may not know the answer to this because you may not know when the
I'm
sale
not
closed.
sure. I believe my colleague, Mr. Mizukami, spoke with her. I'm not exactly sure if he spoke with her prior to the purchase or after.
Well, he's right behind you. Can I ask him?
Of course he is.
Thank you, Council. Steve Mizukami from City Planning. So we had come in contact with the property owner prior to the close of their escrow. So we did have a thorough conversation about what it means currently right now as the property was pending and the landmark designation that it had occurred in November.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, you were going to go on. I apologize.
No, that's okay. And then following that, we did remain in contact. If the property owner was going to close escrow, then the preparation for this meeting, obviously, but we had thorough conversations about the Mills Act, what it meant to potentially own a historic property at that point, and how that might work with their goals for moving into the property. We talked about the interior spaces that they had, are looking to improve, and we talked about what it might mean to have additions on the exterior.
And did you explain, for example, that the landmarking only applied to the exterior of the building, so if they wanted to build a bigger closet or move a bathroom or something, that was all doable within the landmarks?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Sure.
Any questions from the west end of the dais? Last call, seeing none. Okay then, folks. The matter is now before the council with a reminder that it is de novo as a landmarks appeal hearing. Councilmember Davis.
I'm going to move that we deny the proposed appeal of landmark designation 19ENT0281 and support the landmarking of the property as done by the Landmarks Commission. So that's my motion, and I'll explain it if there's a second.
Second.
Okay, that has been made by Councilmember Davis and seconded, split seconded by Councilmember Morena.
And, yeah, oh, I just wanted to explain my reasons.
Good, I wanted to
very-
make sure you put in the records the criteria, et cetera.
Right. So the criteria is criteria number 5, which is that it's a significant work by a noted architect. And I think, as my colleagues have pointed out with their questions, although it may not be work done in her quote-unquote prime, Ms. Muir's quote-unquote prime, it's a precursor, if you will, to her prime and something upon which perhaps her subsequent designs built. I also think, so I do think it meets the landmark criteria number 5 as outlined by the Landmarks Commission. I do also want to point out that it's apparent to me now that the property was purchased with the knowledge that it was landmarked, and while that's not one of the relevant criteria, it does bear on my decision in the one sense that I don't think there's any grave injustice being done here.
Just to refresh my memory, the motion was made by Davis. Who was the seconder on that?
It was a close second between Winter and Hara over there, and oh, maybe it was Morena.
Yeah,
Morena, Hara, Winter,
It was so close I failed to write it down.
potato.
Councilmember Davis, one mitigating factor here would be the alterations to the building. So just to get it on the record as part of your motion, it is then your contention that the alterations are not sufficient to disqualify the
That is correct.
building. Okay.
Sorry, I don't have it right in front of me on my iPad, so I'm trying to juggle here.
Are there further comments on the motion that's on the floor? Seeing none, we'll go to a roll call vote.
Councilmember Morena? Yes. Councilmember Himmelrich?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Winter?
Yes.
Councilmember Hara?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem O'Day?
Yes.
And Mayor McKeown?
Yes. So that is a unanimous decision by the City Council to uphold the landmarks designation as done by the Landmarks Commission and deny the appeal by a 7-0 vote. And that'll conclude the appeal, item 6A, and move us on to ordinances, item 7A.
Item 7A is introduction and first reading of an ordinance amending Article 8 of the Santa Monica Municipal Code to adopt local amendments to the 2019 California Green Building Standards Code related to electric vehicle parking requirements for newly constructed buildings. And you have one request to speak.
And we've been doing a lot of stuff on electric vehicles. Who will be doing the staff report on this one?
Council, I will be doing the staff report on this one, and I have good news and bad news this evening. The good news is I will not be giving a full staff report on this item. As you may know, I am not actually your electric vehicles expert. The bad news is the reason this is before you is because you heard a presentation and made changes to this ordinance. It should be back to you for second reading, but we have encountered a very technical problem within the city attorney's office with respect to this ordinance and one additional one that I'll have to speak to you about as well. In that strike-through did not show up on the agenda when the ordinance was converted from Word to PDF. For some reason, PDF did not pick up the strike-through. And so when you adopted the ordinance, the strike-through that should have been in the ordinance was not there. For that reason, the corrected ordinance is now before you for first reading. It incorporates the one change that you made at the last council meeting. And so that is my full staff report. I'm certainly prepared to answer any questions you may have, hopefully not too complex about electric vehicles, but I am prepared to answer any questions you have.
I actually do see a question from Councilmember Himmelrich.
So I have a question not about electric vehicles, but what the impact is of the ordinances or the resolutions that we're passing not being correct in the packet that's posted online under the Brown Act.
So with respect to this one, we have brought it back to you for first reading to correct that. So the ordinance that you is before you on first reading this evening is the correct ordinance with the correct strike-through, et cetera, and is before you for adoption. We also have checked past agendas. This is a recent problem, so this is not a problem we are concerned about dating back.
Now, we do have a request to speak on this. I will open the public hearing. The one speaker is Hank Koenig. Mr. Koenig, I don't know if you're speaking for Adobe or Microsoft or what here, but since it seems to have been a technical problem, you turned in a request to speak on item 7A. We will remark that 7B, reschedule you for the next item, and this is before the council.
Mayor, was that the only public comment?
That was it. I'll close the public hearing.
Then I'll move that we move forward with the introduction and first reading of this ordinance.
Second.
Moved by Councilmember Winter, and by the speed of sound being closest to me, I'll give it to Councilmember Davis. Are there any further discussions on this? Roll call vote.
Terry is not here, right? Okay. Councilmember Hara?
Yes.
Councilmember Winter?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Himmelrich?
Yes.
Councilmember Moreno?
Yes.
And Mayor McKim?
Yes, so it may be deja vu all over again, but that is passed by a 6-0 vote of the City Council, unanimous of those of us present, and allows us to move on to 7B.
Okay, next we have item 7B, introduction and adoption of an emergency interim zoning ordinance and resolutions for associated amendments to the text of the land use and circulation element, Bergamot Area Plan and Downtown Community Plan, authorizing 100% affordable housing projects and housing projects compliant with the Housing Accountability Act to be reviewed through an administrative approval process. And you have currently 14 requests to speak and a couple more coming.
Council, speaking of deja vu all over again, I'm back, and my news this time, unfortunately, is not improved. The only other ordinance on which we encountered the strike-through problem was this IZO, and so I unfortunately have a series of very dull technical amendments that I do want to make you aware of with respect to the ordinance and the resolutions, and to read into the record. I can ask, we have given the updated IZO and resolutions to the city clerk. I can ask her if you would like to post those. I can do this before or after the staff report, but I do need approximately 5 to 10 minutes of your time for fairly technical details here.
As technical as it may be, I think that for everybody in the room to understand what it is we're looking at, it'd be good to get that out of the way now.
Great. If I could ask the city clerk to post attachment A, which is the emergency IZO.
While we're waiting for that to come up, I had a problem with my payroll check this week where my name was stricken out. So I think that's where the strikeouts went to.
Yes.
And I almost had to change my name to Kevin McKeown Struck Out to be able to cash the check. So I'm glad we're able to fix this as easily as we can.
I'll speak to finance about taking my strike-throughs. To the city clerk, this was sent to someone in your office earlier today, but they may not have known the purpose. We can resend right this second to your email if that would be helpful.
Maybe what we should do then is take the staff report, since the document itself will be
That would be great, Mayor. Thank you.
clarified afterwards but I'd like to clarify it before we hear from the public or have the council discuss it, so everybody knows exactly what we're looking at. But I'm assuming that the oral staff report will be accurate with respect to what's intended. Yeah, let's go ahead and do that. Okay, Councilmember Himmelrich wants to ask a question.
I want to ask a question because I worked off of the ordinances that were attached as they were attached. And I know I missed this, but so there were the strikeout problems on these that don't accurately reflect the current state. I noticed that the downtown plan had dropped some stuff, I thought.
The strike-through problem we did correct in the agenda. I don't recall whether we did that Saturday evening or Monday. We can show you those again. What you reviewed today should have been correct with the strike-through. We can show you, we will run through them line by line so you can see. We do believe that these are all technical and should not be substantive, but we will show them to you so that you can be sure that it doesn't change your interpretation.
Okay, because I downloaded, because of that problem, I re-downloaded it today.
Today, you should
Then you
have
should
been
have the
fine. The
accurate
director should
document.
have been present.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll do the staff report.
Okay, good evening, Council, Mayor and Council, Jingyo, Planning Manager. Here to talk to you about tonight kind of the first phase of the housing work plan, following up from your December 10th housing policy study session. So out of that study session, Council gave very clear direction to take actions to immediately support 100% affordable housing and to sort of, see what we could do quickly to incentivize housing production. So tonight, what is before you is about process. There are no development standards or anything like that being changed. This is purely intended to be a first step of the housing work plan that is going to take place between now and through early next year in order to prepare us to have a certified housing element. So if I can just jump in. This is, before we jump into the changes, this is a review at this point of what the existing process is with respect to housing projects. So you can see that citywide, currently 100% affordable housing projects up to 50 units are eligible for this, what we call an administrative approval process. That is a staff level review, and it's essentially a plan check. It's to make sure the project meets code. So that's all the review is. It's routed to the mobility division and to R3, refuse resource recycling, for their review. And if it all checks out, then an entitlement is issued. The other class of projects that are eligible for administrative approval review are housing projects up to 30,000 square feet. So that is a threshold that is established in the existing zoning ordinance. Within the downtown, there is a different set of standards in place. So for that, all 100% affordable housing projects are administrative approvals regardless of size. So that's within the downtown. Other housing projects within the downtown are subject to an application thresholds table. Generally speaking, it is any Tier 2 housing projects of any size go through a development review permit. So basically, it's housing projects up to 75,000 square feet are eligible for administrative approval in the downtown. So those are market rate housing. The Planning Commission reviewed the proposed changes that you're looking at tonight at their meeting on February the 19th, 2020. They adopted at that point plan changes to the land use and circulation element, Bergen-Water Area Plan, and the Downtown Community Plan. Our LUCE is somewhat unique, perhaps, in other general plans in the level of its detail with respect to process and procedures. So the changes that are being made in the LUCE are sort of paving the way for your action to adopt an IZO tonight, an urgency IZO to put these process threshold changes immediately in effect. The Commission, in their recommendation to the Council, also included a couple of conditions that the administrative approval is posted on the city planning website when the determination is made, so people know that it happens. This is something we do for a lot of our administrative permits already, so we didn't see that as an issue. And also that the projects are consistent with adopted circulation plans. These are your adopted pedestrian action plans and bike action plans. So what is being proposed is that citywide, all 100% affordable housing projects, regardless of their size, would be processed through an administrative approval process. This is being proposed because increasingly 100% affordable housing projects, if they're not funded through the Housing Trust Fund, they are funded through tax credit funding, which typically have very, very strict, tight deadlines for entitlements and issuance of permits. We have been able to assist some of our nonprofit providers in meeting those deadlines. However, with a current process having to go through a discretionary process, it is very difficult, and it really takes a lot of staff resources and the applicants as well, try and make it through that process in time. The other class of projects, the market rate housing projects up to Tier 2 limits across the city, that is being proposed, again, responsive to comments that we have heard and direction from the Planning Commission and the City Council with respect to projects that are fully code compliant. So those are projects that meet all of the city's objective standards and are therefore considered compliant with the state law known as the Housing Accountability Act. The HAA provides, really does not allow the city, hardly any discretion with respect to housing projects that meet all of those objective standards. So we have certainly heard from the Planning Commission, questioning the value of a public hearing process, when you have projects that are coming forward, and what the purpose of the review would be at that point. With what's also proposed is consistent with the AA process that is in place in the downtown already. We would require that projects go to ARB for preliminary design review before the AA is approved. So somewhere between submittal and the final determination, they would go to ARB for their preliminary design review. Prior to the meeting, we did hear other considerations to be included with respect to preconditions to qualifying for this streamlining. So for the market rate housing projects, we did hear some concern about whether these are used for corporate housing or medium-term housing. So, considerations that the council could think about would be that for these projects, they would agree that the project is to be leased to natural persons only, intended to be their permanent place of residence. They agree to offer a one-year lease, and they agree that the units are unfurnished. So that could be, added to the IZO as a precondition to qualifying for this streamlined process. With that, the recommendation, if I make it in there, the recommendation before you is adoption of resolutions amending the LUCE, the Bergamot Area Plan, and the Downtown Community Plan, and introduction and adoption of the urgency IZO for these proposed process thresholds. Happy to answer your questions.
Do you have any questions? Yes, we do, from Councilmember Winterer.
I have a number of questions. First of all, why are we doing this as an emergency IZO?
We are doing this in order to have it in effect, and we do have actually a number of 100% affordable housing projects in the pipeline. Putting this in place now would actually ensure that they make their funding deadline.
So I see. So it's the tax credit timeline for the 100% affordable housing projects.
Correct.
That creates the emergency. That makes a lot of sense. But my concern is, and you've partially addressed this, is that means it goes into effect almost immediately. Yeah. And in terms of the market rate housing, we have had those concerns voiced that we have yet to tackle the challenges of medium-term rentals. You suggested we could modify the IZO to have those particular qualifications necessary to get the streamlining for market rate housing. So that's great. What about some of the other things we might tackle in the future, like modifications to the AHPP? So if someone submits a proposal tomorrow to be reviewed under the AA standards, do those other things like changes to the AHPP reach back, or do they, when they just do in the time the application is filed, those are the standards that are looked at in the AA?
I think, when council adopts changes to the municipal code, you always have a choice as to what the applicability would be. Typically, they apply prospectively, to projects after that date, but there's certainly, it is a policy decision of the council as to how you would like those changes to apply to projects that are in the pipeline.
And then, we've gotten a lot of emails. I think people don't quite understand what's going on, is that we're being undemocratic if we do this for the market rate housing. It's a gag rule. We're cutting out public input. As you point out, the reality with these HAA compliant housing projects is you can have all the public input in the world, but if they're zoning compliant, neither the Planning Commission or the City Council on Appeal can really deny them, correct? So to an extent, really, that whole cumbersome process requiring a lot of your and the rest of our staff's time is a burden on the taxpayers, essentially, because there's other things you could be doing with your time that we're interested in pursuing in the future. So there's a question in there someplace. So my question on the public input is we still would have an ARB hearing for a market rate housing project. Is there an opportunity to have a requirement also, in addition to those other considerations, that there be some sort of public meeting? I know the 100% affordable housing projects have to have a public meeting. Could we have a public meeting for the market rate housing? So, because there are times when the public input makes a project better, right? Because someone points out, you didn't notice this, but I live nearby and this is a problem.
Yeah, you're correct. For 100% affordable housing projects that are funded by the Housing Trust Fund, they are required to have a community meeting 30 days after the loan commitment letter is issued, and then two meetings prior to community design meetings is what they're called, before the application is submitted to city planning. So that's the process in place for city-funded 100% affordable housing projects. For market rate housing projects, there is no community being required in the zoning code. The 100% affordable projects that are not city-funded do not have that community meeting requirement. It may be required by their funding source. So if council wanted to consider community meetings for market rate housing projects, I think, we would suggest that maybe it occur before the application is submitted to city planning, in order for community public input to have some potential meaningful impact on the project design. Otherwise, after it's submitted, I'm a bit unsure as to what the staff would do with that input, really, because what our role is once an AA is submitted is to check to see if it complies with the code. And obviously we work with the applicants on ensuring that issues of circulation and access and what have you, as we always do, to make sure that it's safe and that it makes sense, within the community that we know. But certainly, the earlier it happens in the process, when it's still a project on paper, is probably the best time for an applicant to be out there in the community if the council is interested in that kind of a requirement.
Okay, and then I just have one more question. In terms of the market rate, doing the AAs for Tier 2, would that have any impact on our historic residential neighborhoods?
It would not. The residential neighborhoods, largely, if there are two, there is no Tier 2 in the residential neighborhoods.
I knew that was a softball question. Just wanted to make that clear. So this would be primarily for stuff on the boulevards, Bergman area,
Very
downtown,
much so,
et cetera.
yeah.
Thank you.
Councilmember, you asked a question about the urgency IZO, and your planning manager correctly answered with respect to 100% affordable financing. I do also want to point out many things that you already know, but I want to state for the record that the state of California and our region are suffering from a housing shortage, and particularly an affordable housing shortage, that we are coming up on the 2021 housing element, and that there is a need to move quickly to facilitate such affordable housing and housing projects in the city. And so, as documented in the IZO, those are also reasons that this is coming to you as an urgency ordinance.
Okay, now we're still in questions. We haven't heard from the public yet. Councilmember Davis.
So I understand sorry, that was weird. I understand the application to 100% affordable and then Tier 2 projects that comply with the Housing Accountability Act. Do all those, so I want to take out the 100% affordable and talk now about the market rate projects, which would be the HAA projects. Would all of those be required to have some inclusionary component?
They still have to comply with the AHPP and Tier 2 requirements. None of that is changing.
So none of that would change. So if we were going to do administrative approvals, they would still be required to provide some sort of inclusionary component.
That's right.
Okay, great, thank you.
Other questions for staff? Councilmember Hara.
So I remember that one of our biggest concern was the fact that this would not turn into commercial housing. So is this going to make sure that that would not happen?
Right, so that's the other considerations that we have. We had heard prior to this meeting that concern was raised, so something the council could consider. It's not in the ordinance that is before you, but you could certainly add that, as a precondition to qualifying for the streamlining, that the applicant agrees to record a deed restriction or a covenant or what have you, that the housing is intended to be for natural persons as their permanent place of residence, that they must offer a one-year lease, and that the units are unfurnished. So that is the recommendation.
Thank you.
Councilmember Himmelrich.
So I have another couple questions along that line. So the Housing Accountability Act actually specifically requires that the projects built that are compliant with it are all residential. So is there any reason, I guess we were supposed to see tonight the definitions relating to midterm housing, residential, and that was my understanding. And now it's been put off. So are we able to interpret the Residential and the Housing Accountability Act to make sure that these are not corporate short-term rentals, market rate SROs, that sort of thing.
So I can address that. So under the Housing Accountability Act, the definition of a housing project is that at least 2/3 of the floor area is for residential use. That's a little different than the older definition, which it used to be like above the first floor, and then the ground floor had to be neighborhood commercial. So that definition was altered, I think it was in 2017 or 18. 17, yeah. So that is the definition of a housing project under state law. What we're suggesting is that you could layer on, under, like, the council can decide to put these preconditions in terms of qualifying for this streamlining. So it's still a housing project as defined under the HAA, but you could still add these preconditions with respect to the corporate housing concern.
Because it would simply buttress the idea that the HAA is meant to be the kind of residential housing that we're seeking here.
Yeah. Right.
Okay, so that's my first question. My second question is, under the Housing Accountability Act, there's also a provision for affordable housing, HAA compliant affordable housing, under which there's a 20% affordable requirement for lower income units and 100% for up to 150. And I wonder if this was an option that was ever presented to the Planning Commission, given that we are if 2/3 of our housing has to be affordable, our current AHPP is not going to cut it.
Right. So when we were talking about compliance with the Housing Accountability Act, we were really looking at 65589.5J, which is the findings that are necessary. City has to make to deny a project. The rest of it with respect to the affordability, with due respect, that's something that we intend to study as part of the research and analysis to come in the coming months because, as part of the housing element update, we will have to identify, both sites and capacity. And as part of that, we're committed to also looking at our AHPP and, we've heard the desire to restructure that. This phase of the housing work plan was intended to be, surgical, quick things that we can do that, minimal changes to development standards and the way things are, just as an introduction to it with an opportunity to research and explore what it means to increase inclusionary and, that sort of thing is all work to come later.
But one of the HAA compliant Tier 2 projects could be one of the affordable HAA projects as defined under the Housing Accountability Act, or is there a conflict?
It could be. I think you're...
And let me ask you one more thing. So one of my concerns has been that by doing Tier 2, which I understand that it falls under the HAA, but probably is not urgent the way the affordable housing is. Will that compete with the affordable housing for sites, et cetera, for opportunities? Do you understand? I know you understand what I'm asking you.
Yeah.
I want to give affordable housing a boost in order to hit these 6,200 units that we have to build.
Understood, yeah.
And my question is, by doing Tier 2, in the way we're doing it, will it hurt the production of 100% affordable?
I mean, we're not changing the standards for Tier 2, so I think we don't expect to see, application levels change from what they are now because the standards are not changing. I think we share the staff heard the council loud and clear in terms of supporting 100% affordable housing. So a big part of our measured approach, to this work plan is very much keeping that in mind in terms of, how can we continue to support 100% affordable housing. Certainly, if you have that concern, you don't have to act on the market rate piece of this tonight. We're bringing it forward because it was something that we had heard, was an interest in incentivizing, of course, supporting 100% affordable housing, but for these rather narrow class of housing projects, that are fully code compliant, that are implementing, our zoning code. We've said that it's okay to do this, so, that's what's being brought forward.
Well, and I guess one last question, I think, so we have about 1,000 units that are approved that haven't even begun construction yet. Will this impact those? Will it change the rules?
No.
So those will still be lined up, so we won't be seeing, as we did after the downtown plan, new applications, just replacing old applications.
I mean, certainly someone could do that, but if they already have an approved project, why would they go through the entitlement process again?
I thought that happened the last time.
No, that didn't happen. What we had was projects that were pending. If you're thinking about the downtown, projects that were pending and had not received their approvals that converted to a different kind of application. If someone has an entitlement, a land use entitlement, I'm not quite sure why they would go back and get an approval.
Well, let's say there is an approved project, and then they want to submit a different application for that site. Would they have to start over, or could they just substitute it?
They would have to, so the entitlement, depending on whatever it is, typically they have like 2 years to exercise their rights to that land use entitlement. If it expired for some reason and they wanted to apply for a new one, this process would be in place, to propose a housing project that complied with code. But again, they wouldn't be getting any more development potential than they did previously.
And I said that was my last question, but I have one more. So minor modifications, those sorts of things that the Planning Commission, that the director can exercise discretion on away from the Planning Commission, and there have been disagreements about that in the past. Will the director be able to do waivers, minor modifications, even major modifications?
No, this process is only for projects that comply with the code.
100%
100% comply with the code.
Thank you.
Okay, before we hear from the public, we still have to hear the text from the city attorney. So if we could try to keep the questions to the point. Councilmember Moreno.
Thanks for the report and even providing the precondition. Thanks for the report and even providing the preconditions concept. I think that's very appropriate. Most of the correspondence that we've received is all about the democracy of this process, and I think Councilmember Winterer started down that process, and I just wanted to understand it a little bit more. So putting in a meeting requirement before the application is submitted seems appropriate. How is public input valued in that process?
Well, if you move to this administrative approval process, and it's why I would suggest that if there's interest in doing that it be, before an application is submitted. Because again, the staff role in this administrative approval process is, does the project meet the code or not, right? If we have public input that says we don't like something or, we disagree, I mean, we can consider that. But if it's sort of, not outside of what the code allows us the authority to require someone to do, it's very difficult to require that unless someone decides to do it voluntarily. So, as with many projects, the best place to have that input is as early in a process as possible. And I think that, we wouldn't control as to when that occurred, but I could envision our application checklist having a box, right, that says you're required to have a community meeting, here's a sheet, tell us when you had it, where was it, what was a summary of the comments and concerns and how you've addressed it.
I think
something like that puts the
world.
onus on the developer to, do that outreach.
That makes sense. I guess I'm thinking specifically about, the Lincoln project where the driveway was originally slated in one place and then ended up in another place that was more friendly to the residents immediately adjacent. Would a proposal like that from the community then get valued by staff before they started the application?
Certainly, and that project, the driveway was moved. It was staff that worked with the applicant for over a year to look at different options and analyses. What came out of where that came from was that project was a development review permit. So as part of the development review permit, there is a ARB preliminary review requirement. So that's what we're proposing here in this process too. Right. That there's an ARB preliminary design review, stop before somewhere in that 90 days from when an application is submitted to when it's ultimately approved, that there is this design review concept in there. I think that if we saw in the applicant's, summary of concerns or what have you, that there was a concern about, but, it may be, circulation and access, they would still have to explain how they addressed that or they didn't or for what reason. I think that obviously the staff would look at it, we would discuss, what the concerns were, why they didn't address the issues. So, it's not, when I say we look at the code, we're not like robots and just say that, it's obviously we're planners as well, and we think about, how projects fit within the context. So, I think it would be in consideration, but I just wanted to sort of provide that context that there are parameters, which we can and can't ask for. If it's not in the code, we can't go extra beyond that.
I get it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So before we go to we have another question. Councilmember, Mayor Pro Tem O'Day.
There were a number of things that we discussed in the study session that you referenced that resulted in this coming back to us today, and most of which isn't ready to come back today. But some was chosen not to be included. For example, it seemed to me it might have been natural that we would have included the elimination of the DA requirement on Tier 3. And so why don't we see that one? Will we be seeing that?
I think my recollection of that was when that discussion came up was I did not hear a sort of unanimous, from the council that there was a desire to eliminate development agreements. I think there was some debate about that. So we moved forward with the directions that we heard, the full council was supportive of. I think that will be something that will be brought back. Clearly we got direction to review. The only area that we have Tier 3 with the DA is downtown in the transit adjacent area, and then we have one other area of the city where we have Tier 3 still. So I think that will certainly come back, to the council as part of the broader work program, as we look at different options.
Is this something we could add tonight?
I can let the city attorney speak to it, but I don't believe it was
Feels
noticed.
perfectly germane.
Well, it's not noticed.
And the commission, the planning commission didn't discuss it.
Mayor Pro Tem, I do believe that's correct, that it hasn't been noticed or placed through the Planning Commission for their recommendation, and that the notices were specific enough in that.
But I mean, we certainly can take actions that don't have to go through that full process, and particularly when we have something that is as germane as this. I mean, the notice for this item is adoption of the emergency IZO resolutions, text of land use and circulation element, Bergamot area plan, downtown community plan, which this would apply to, right? Authorizing affordable housing projects and housing projects compliant through an AA process. So I mean, we're definitely in the realm,
Are you suggesting actions to take a DA to an AA?
To eliminate the DA requirement in Tier 3 downtown.
And process it through an administrative approval?
Yeah, for housing projects. I'm just suggesting that as an example too. What I'm interested in particular in hearing is when we'll see the rest of this stuff that's coming to help us produce housing, because this is a pretty minor step. And as we heard the city attorney articulately present, we have a very serious crisis, and I think the council in our study session was very clear. We want to make some progress on this, and we're about to embark on a housing element that has very significant objectives. So how do we get moving faster on some of the things that we talked about on the study session?
So I appreciate the urgency, that you have in this, and I apologize we haven't been able to provide the update to the council that we gave to the Planning Commission as to the whole plan and the schedule. I don't know that this is the right time to do all of that, but we do have a work plan. This is, like I said, phase 1, which is just quick hits, surgical things that are going to assist affordable housing and sort of the low-hanging fruit, if you will. We did not put the development agreement, to an administrative process into that realm, because again, we didn't hear, unanimous direction from the council with respect to that issue. You will see that coming forward post probably mid-April through December. There are a series of sort of phase 2, which is a lot of the research and analysis. So, we have to start identifying sites and then identifying capacity. modeling different scenarios, of likelihood of producing housing, where does process fit into that. All of this is leading up to ultimately a certified housing element. So that's the necessary work that needs to be done to ultimately get to a public hearing draft by April of next year. So, you will be seeing that in the coming months.
I just feel grass is growing under our feet here.
Right, but understood that what counts towards the next cycle is the issuance of building permits. So, and it's for an 8-year cycle. So I understand the urgency to want to act. However, ultimately the actions we take, whether it's now or it's a few months from now, are not going to make a huge difference, in terms of being able to count towards that cycle.
Look, I'm driving past properties that are being yeah, I don't want to argue about it.
Yeah, I just want to take responsibility here off of Jing's shoulder. Jing is doing an extraordinary job of working through just a tremendous workload along with the PCD planning team. The city attorney and I have talked directly about the council's clear mandate to move through a number of key planning issues. And my colleague can speak for herself, but we're in accord along with the Planning and Community Development Director, David Martin, that better to do things well than fast, because if we have to go back and do it, we are just under a lot of strain to get to punch out a number of things that you've asked for. You'll have a chance to revisit this when we bring PCD priorities to you, and you'll be I think you'll have a better understanding of the competing priorities. And the funnel is not just the planning department. The funnel is also the city manager's office and the city attorney's office, who have to write up the ordinances, and in some cases have to rewrite the ordinances like tonight through just a small technical glitch. But we're pushing through a lot of important issues, and it's important to make sure that the public understands what we're doing and why.
And just to quickly echo the city manager, as you know, we have been talking about this. We have been trying to find ways to bring things forward. I do want to use the opportunity to ask you, when you see that PCD priorities issue, we need you to set priorities, because one of the issues that I want to point out is that people working on too many things at once takes small steps on a lot of things and doesn't produce enough for you. So together we have to continue to prioritize and make sure that we are getting things to you. We're doing everything we can internally to make that happen.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I just want to make sure that when we have an issue like an opportunity like tonight, we should be pushing the envelope, and I'm feeling like we're in baby steps mode still with this one. I mean, you call it the quick hits, and I think it's important to get those quick hits, but it's also okay to make us take controversial votes, right? So
okay, we're still in questions.
Yes,
this is getting into discussion.
I know. Thank you.
I just want to make sure we have not confused the public with this. The concept of removing DAs on Tier 3 is not before the council tonight. It was not on the agenda. It's not what we're going to be deciding. What we're going to be deciding is contained in some text that the city attorney is about to show us to correct the strike-through problem. And let me ask the city attorney, while you're showing that text, since the question of commercial housing, that is corporate housing, came up, could you also show the language you and I discussed that would prohibit corporate housing, that would require leases of 1 year to persons, real persons, et cetera?
Councilmember, could I ask to do that after public comment?
Well, I think it might inform the public comment, because that was brought up in the presentation. It was on the slide as a concept. But
Councilmember, I'm going to be completely honest. I have not gone through that in total detail. As you may know, we have a public health crisis, and we did some other important business tonight. I need a couple of minutes just to review that language and make sure it's in the place that I want it to be before I show it to you.
Okay, let's do the strike-throughs then.
Yes. So, sorry. Yes, thank you. So the IZO on page 1, the date has been updated to read March 10th, 2020. The title has been updated to clarify that the proposed emergency IZO amends Chapter 9.39 of the Santa Monica Municipal Code, not Chapter 9.30. On page 8, thank you, Jane. Note the strike through of the word however and the lowercase n.
What about the additions above? Aren't the underlines additions?
The underlines are not additions. Those have been there throughout. It's the strike through that was missing. So the strike through of however and the lowercase n, the strike through of the next lowercase n at number 1, the strike through of the lowercase f at number 2. Also on page 8 at B2, it has been updated to reflect that there too is one word and not two words. Page 9, note the strike through of within 14 days after the decision is made. You can see that that language is actually in underline above, which is why it's struck through below. So that's just a drafting piece. Page 9, you also, if you scroll down a bit more, Jing, see strike through of if any of the following occurs. Also on page 9, in 2 places, we have corrected the word "are" with "area." And that was just a typo correction. On page 10, strike through of the word "and" after number 1, strike through of 50 units or less. Also on page 10, the word "are" has been replaced with "area" in 3 places. And on page 11, section 5 has been updated to make reference to the March 10th, 2020 staff report rather than the March 4th, 2020 staff report. That is all of the issues on the IZO. Attachment B is the resolution to amend the Bergamot area plan. I don't think we need to pull that one up, actually. On page 6, the first paragraph has been updated to replace the word polities with the word policies. So that also was simply a typo. Attachment C, the resolution to amend the downtown community plan. On page 8, on the left column, the page reference has been updated to page 28 rather than page 148. On page 9, the top of the page has been updated to replace the words zoning ordinance with section 9.10.050, so that's just making that language more specific. Also on page 9, subsection C, note strike through of the word affordable. On page 9, paragraph C2, it has been updated to replace up to the thresholds established by the zoning ordinance with up to the tier 2 thresholds established in table 9.10.050, also making that more specific to be accurate. That completes the changes in attachment C with respect to the DCP. Yes.
Your microphone.
On my version of C, it talks about, in section 1, it says, the city council does hereby amend the Bergamot area plan as set forth in Exhibit A. This is section 1 after the wherefores.
In the DCP resolution?
Yes, and C. That is C, right?
Yep, so that should be downtown community plan.
In case you think I'm crazy.
Nope, I appreciate it.
So maybe I'm missing the amendments, but this is the resolution for the code or for the plan itself?
For the plan itself, for the DCP.
Okay, thank you.
So attachment D is the resolution to amend the loose. On page 7, note strike through of the word plan where it said loose plan. Page 8, strike through of 50 or 4 units will be processed ministerially. Page 9, same strike through, 50 or fewer units will be processed ministerially. And up above, I apologize, strike through of the word these. Page 10, sorry if you can scroll down just a bit, strike through, do you mind scrolling down just a little bit? Other way, sorry, Jean, thank you. Strike through of 50 or fewer units will be processed ministerially. And then strike through of subject to a discretionary review process, comma, projects. Also on page 10, strike through of affordable housing projects up to a maximum of 80% of medium income only with 50 units or less. Page 11, strike through of subject to a discretionary review process, comma, projects. Page 11, the second bullet point has been updated to replace are with will be in the first underlined sentence. Page 11, the third bullet point has been updated to add the word be between will and subject in the first underlined sentence. Page 13, note strike through of subject to a discretionary review process or development agreement. Page 14, strike through of affordable housing projects up to a maximum of 80% of medium income only with 50 units or less. Page 14, strike through of subject to a discretionary review process, comma, projects. Page 15, strike through of affordable housing projects up to a maximum of 80% of median income only with 50 units or less. That same language struck through 2 additional times on page 15. On page 16, strike through of subject to a discretionary review process, comma, projects. Page 16.
I have another strike through on that page.
On page 16.
Yeah, under all tiers of affordable housing projects up to a maximum of 80%. Under all tiers. Hold on, something just came.
Yes. So on page 16, the first strike through, sorry, Jing, up at the top, the first strike through is subject to a discretionary review process, comma, projects. The second strike through is of affordable housing projects up to a maximum of 80% of median income only with 50 units or less. Third strike through is subject to a discretionary review process, comma, projects. Page 17, first strike through is of affordable housing projects up to a maximum of 80% of median income only with 50 units or less. Second strike through is subject to a discretionary review process, comma, projects. Last strike through on page 17 is of affordable housing projects up to a maximum of 80% medium income only with 50 units or less. Page 18, first strike through is the word buildings. Second strike through is of 32 to 35 feet. Third strike through is the word ministerial. Next strike through is 232 feet. And then the last strike through is of 32 feet. Page 19, strike through of 32 foot. Page 20, strike through of except for deed restricted 100% affordable housing projects. And strike through of up to a maximum of 80% of median income only of 50 or fewer units, and then processed ministerially. Page 20, strike through of the word ministerial. And strike through of, and here I'll go, page 21 to 22, of affordable housing projects up to a maximum of 80% of median income only with 50 units or less. 100% affordable housing projects are defined as housing in which 100% of the dwelling units are deed restricted or restricted by an agreement approved by the city for occupancy by low or moderate income households. Such projects may also include non-residential uses, so as long as such uses do not exceed a maximum percentage of the floor area of the total project to be established in the zoning ordinance. Also on page 22, strike through of base height and FARs, strike through of ministerial and of 25 to 35 feet, and strike through of subject to a discretionary review process. And those are the technical changes. Again, we apologize for the interruption and the technicality of that, but appreciate allowing you allowing us to read those into the record.
And I'm glad we now have that on the record, so we're all clear on what we're going to be discussing.
So I'm looking for, oh, I see.
Do you have a question, Councilman Goodrich?
I'm sorry, it's okay. I figured out what it was.
Good,
Thank you.
because I'd really like to open the public hearing on item 7B. The public has been extraordinarily patient, and I really appreciate that. So we'll start to call people on item 7B. The first speaker will be Leslie Lambert, followed by Sonia Suresh and Leonard Campa. And Ms. Lambert, you are representing the Planning Commission tonight, is that correct? So you asked for 4 minutes, but as a Planning Commission representative, you actually get 5.
And these are not Christmas trees on my sweater, by the way. My name is Leslie Lambert. I'm the chair of the Planning Commission, and I'm here tonight representing the Planning Commission. We suggest that you adopt the recommendations we made as in the, outlined in the staff report for streamlining the review and the approval of certain housing projects. Those being the 100% and Tier 2 projects in compliance with the Housing Accountability Act. And the reason for this recommendation, I'm sure you can relate to it because you've heard appeals from the Planning Commission. The Housing Accountability Act basically gives us absolutely no discretion to speak of when reviewing housing projects. What it does is take 1 to 3 years for a developer to get to us, and then we have very little power, if any at all. And if you would like to hear a poster child for that, ask me the questions afterwards. So I'll be happy to tell you about a project in Bergamot. The Housing Accountability Act does not distinguish between market rate or affordable. I mean, all housing units, residential units, are included under the Housing Accountability Act. It even includes emergency shelters and transitional housing. So what does it do to delay a developer of market rate housing, or any housing for that matter, going through the DRP process? Obviously, it increases construction costs and related costs related to construction, carrying costs, et cetera. It makes it basically more expensive to build housing.
Can you talk into the mic and a little slower, please?
Am I talking too fast? Okay. The delay in time to get to the Planning Commission results in significant cost increases for a housing project. Construction costs, for example, since the 2017 inclusionary downtown program was adopted, have gone up at least 25%. And that obviously significantly impacts the cost of delivering housing. If we reduce the carrying cost and the construction cost by taking away this time period required for the DRP process, we could conceivably get more inclusionary units down the road. RENA also has market rate goals, and we shouldn't overlook that. I think it's about 2,600 for the next RENA cycle. And for not meeting those goals, there are state sanctions. One of which is HCD will look very carefully at any inclusionary housing program of the local government and how it may be negatively impacting the development of market rate housing. That's just one of the sanctions. It also, I think the state has mandated clearly that the local government streamline housing processing, whether it be market rate or affordable or transitional housing or emergency shelters. So I think it would be in compliance with what the state is telling us to do to streamline this process. So why is market rate housing important? One of the interesting facts that actually was in the last Prop R annual report was that 38% of the almost 2,000 units produced, of the I'm sorry, let me look at my numbers. Of the almost 2,000 affordable units produced since the adoption of were produced by market rate developers. So that's 38% of affordable units that were not produced with any city assistance whatsoever. And given the incredibly large affordable housing requirement we have under the new RENA, I think we should be looking at market rate developers to contribute to that number. And to not have this streamlining apply to market rate prior mixed income projects, I think would be a huge mistake. Because frankly, the city, neither the city nor the state has the money to build all the affordable units that we're required to build under RENA. That's insane. So I really think that, that both market rate and affordable units should be included in this. And we actually talked a lot about the community participation angle of this. I mean, basically, I think the DRP process is a colossal waste of staff time and our time and your time. But there has to be some kind of community process for engaging people who live around a proposed project in terms of circulation, egress, access, how it impacts their homes, et cetera. So I believe that that should happen before the application is actually submitted to the city. And people are allowed to go to the ARB and make comments based on the impact of a proposed project on their housing and their neighborhood. So that is an access. And strangely enough, the ARB's decisions are appealable to the Planning Commission. So we may not be out of this yet. And we've actually had ARB appeals come to us. So there is a process for citizen participation. It's just that it would not be at the Planning Commission because basically we have no power to do anything about a project. And actually, much of the scope of the ARB is similar to ours in terms of massing, scale, impact on the neighborhood, the street, et cetera. So it's not that different from what the Planning Commission looks at. So I think that can be actually accomplished, neighborhood concerns heard and addressed at the ARB. So do you want to ask me about the Bergamot project?
Are you done with your testimony?
I'm done.
Councilmember Moreno.
I'd like to know about the Bergamot project.
This is one example. It was a project that came to us a couple months ago, and it was a DRP, and it was a Tier 2 in Bergamot, and we learned a lot from that project about the shortcomings of the Bergamot area plan. But after 4 hours of hearing on the DRP, the only change we made to that project was where the bike parking was going to be located in the parking garage. That was the one change we were allowed to make under the Housing Accountability Act. So that was hours of our time, many hours of staff time, for basically an insignificant result.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Councilmember Himmelrich.
Sorry, so a couple things. First of all, with respect to the emergency aspect of the Tier 2 market rate, and I understand the logic of it because I'm familiar with the Housing Accountability Act, but my question is a little different, which is I understand the urgency of the affordable housing modifications, but can you explain to me why, with 1,000 units already approved that haven't even started construction, the Tier 2 aspect of it is important?
Well, we don't believe.
Urgent. Let me say urgent.
I'm sorry. Are you done? Is that your question?
I just changed my language. I want to know why the Tier 2 aspect is urgent.
Because I don't think we should do anything to slow the production of housing, particularly with a process that makes no sense and has absolutely no discretion whatsoever. It's a waste of our time and staff's time. And when you consider that market rate projects also include affordable units, I think anything we can do to produce affordable units, whether it's market rate, mixed income projects, or 100% affordable housing, we should do. And we shouldn't wait. There's no reason to wait in our mind.
So I talked to Mr. Landris today, and I talked to him about his letter in which he talked about having some sort of supportive services, and that was another suggestion of your commission. Do you see any way it can, there he is.
He's here.
That it can fit into this or no?
I'm sorry, I missed that last part.
Is there some way that the supportive housing can be fit into this Tier 2 inclusionary housing so as not to disrupt, because it's not an Housing Accountability Act thing, and I'm afraid by putting it into this, it will mean that the projects won't be HAA compliant.
Well, I'm not sure why they wouldn't be. I mean, that could be a condition of approval. We had actually, as you know, had talked about the rightful place we think for those wraparound services is in the AHPP, but we're not there yet. So in the meantime, I assume that it could be put into the administrative approval process. Personally, in terms of wraparound services, we're not doing extremely low income anymore. But very low income would frankly be the only income group I could think of that would actually need that.
But it's my understanding there are also Section 8 tenants who may need
Right.
supportive housing that are in units that are not extremely low.
We would have to ask staff. I don't know why
I will ask
there
staff.
couldn't be a condition to do that.
I just wanted to ask you
Yeah.
that first. And finally, when you were discussing all of this, was there any consideration of the affordable housing projects that are included under the Housing Accountability Act?
What do you mean? I'm sorry, I don't
So
understand.
there are two types of projects under the Housing Accountability Act that are affordable housing projects. 20% and 100% affordable, but the 100% goes up to 150%. The 100% affordable projects are allowed up to 150% of area median income, adjusted, et cetera.
Right.
And the 20% affordable under the Housing Accountability Act go up to 20%. And my question to you was there any consideration?
No.
Thank you.
And the reason for that was the Housing Accountability Act applies to all housing. So whatever our inclusionary requirements are, or project-specific requirements are, would be ours. It applies to all housing. So yes, those are sections of the Housing Accountability Act, but it also governs market rate housing.
I understand. I just asked if it was considered. But thank you for your answers.
Councilmember Davis.
Well, let me follow up on that last question because I want to be clear. And I did ask staff about it. So if we were to adopt the staff recommendation tonight, the projects that would be subject to administrative approval if they weren't 100% affordable would have some affordable component in them according to our rules. Is
By
that
virtue of
correct?
the AHPP, yes.
Right. So we would not be building 100% market rate
No.
projects under this.
Not unless there was an off-site, part of it.
Right. And then the other question I have is I think there's some concern about whether or not this will lead to gentrification or displacement.
Mm-hmm.
Can you explain whether or not it will, or if it isn't, why not?
Well, I don't think the development review project permit process is going to stop gentrification. I also, in terms of PICO, if that's what you're referring to.
Well, but generally throughout the city. I mean, for example, are these projects going to be centralized in existing? Let's start with that question. So the projects, when we talk about Tier 2, are they on the boulevards or are they in existing residential
They're on the
neighborhoods?
boulevards.
So if they're on the boulevards, they're unlikely to be
Right.
sort of planting.
And downtown and Bergamot, yeah.
Right. So those are going to be projects where you're going to take formerly commercial land and build housing.
There's no Tier 2 in the PICO neighborhood.
Right. And then the other question I guess I have is to the extent that some of this might reach into the residential neighborhoods, this isn't going to accelerate it or increase it in any way. Whatever the Housing Accountability Act allows, we're not changing that.
We couldn't do anything about it even if we were doing the regular process that we've been doing. The other thing to know is that the PICO, for example, has been downzoned. So much of PICO is developed at R3, and now it's R2. And the state requires no net loss. So, I mean, it's kind of, parts of it are protected in that way.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Other questions down here. Councilmember Hara.
I'm going to follow up on one of the questions, and you said that that particular process would not prevent gentrification. Could you tell us what will prevent gentrification?
How many hours do you have? That's obviously a very long answer. As I said, I think when I think of gentrification, I think of the PICO neighborhood, even though it's citywide. And I think the pre-existing zoning in the PICO neighborhood does something to protect the housing that's there now, because it was R3 and now it's R2, and you can't take out units without replacing them. You can't replace R3 projects under R2 zoning, so that's protected. And I think nonprofit ownership. I mean, I think to the extent that CCSM could actually come in and buy more like they did on the Virginia Avenue project, that's a way to do it. And economic development. I mean, a housing crisis reflects economic inequality. It's not just a housing crisis. And I just want to add one thing. The idea that CCSM is going to be competing with market rate developers, like from our lips to God's ears. I think that if there were enough money in the Housing Trust Fund to have CCSM buy every piece of developable land in Santa Monica, that would be wonderful, but I don't think we're there.
Well, thank you. I guess we're heading in the right direction.
I think
Thank you.
repeal of the Costa-Hawkins Act may be the question.
Costa
the answer to the
and
question.
Ellis, yeah.
Maybe we will.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lambert. Now, the next three people who've asked to speak put their names on yellow cards. And what that means is that they chose to get to go first by agreeing to speak for 1 minute instead of 2. And that's an option the public always has. So we have three people who've taken advantage of that option tonight. They are Sonia Suresh, Leonora Kamner, and Hank Koenig. Good evening.
Good evening, council members. My name is Sonia Suresh. I work for EAH Housing. We're an affordable housing developer, and we have 2 projects in the city of Santa Monica. I'm here to speak in favor of the ordinance. One of the projects we're developing in Santa Monica is a 58-unit supportive housing project for formerly homeless individuals. And using this ordinance would help streamline the approvals to the project and effectively get it built faster so we can actually house these people. And just more broadly, I think that streamlining is a good tool to help the affordability crisis in the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Leonora Kamner. Oh, a question. Councilmember
I have
Hara.
a question. Sure. Where is that proposed?
It's at 14th and Michigan in the
you.
Pico neighborhood.
Thank you. Leonora Kamner.
Hello, my name is Leonora Kamner. I'm managing director.
Hold down. There you go.
Okay, I'm managing director of Abundant Housing LA. I'm also a resident of Santa Monica. We're strongly supportive of this staff recommendation. This is a really important first step to starting to increase the production of housing here and starting to get to a place where we might be able to meet our RENA goals. However, Councilmember O'Day is right that this really does need to go farther at some point, and I'm glad like staff is moving in that direction. And we would also support eliminating the DA requirements. I just want to also say that there's some debate here about the affordable versus market rate housing involved, and that's a false debate. We need more of both, but also more importantly, there's no plan or proposal to build 100% affordable housing at the scale that we're talking about. We're talking like hundreds of millions of dollars that would be required for the city to fund it. Plus, we have a limitation of Prop I, so we would have to
Ms. Kamner,
eliminate that
that'd be
as well.
great. Your minute is up. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question from Councilmember Himmelrich.
So my question is this: do you think it's better to build any kind of housing if you can't build affordable?
Yes, absolutely. We need housing.
That was my question.
Okay. Yeah, we need housing at all income levels. Thank you.
Question from
Well,
Councilmember
yeah,
Davis.
Ms. Kamner, can you come back? Because I'd like to hear your complete answer to that question. So why is it important to build both kinds of housing?
Yeah, well, people need housing, and we don't have the resources or the capacity to fund 100% affordable housing for all of our housing needs. If we could magically make all housing affordable, I mean, why wouldn't we do that? But that's not reality. People need homes, and market rate housing is how we get the majority of our homes, and we have like a really high target that the state has given us. And even if we're talking about just the affordable housing component of that, we need market rate housing to be able to fund and build most of that at the very least. And even that is going to be really tough. Like, this is honestly just really tough for the city, and it's going to take a lot of really tough choices and problem solving.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Hank Koenig. And Mr. Koenig, you'll be followed by Steven Spielberg and Denise Barton, if they could get ready.
Good evening, Mayor, Council members. I commend the City staff and PC for moving this, Planning Commission for moving this item forward, and hope you approve it, as I believe housing is important towards promoting the City's goals of sustainability and social equity. However, I do have a concern. We've undertaken a couple of Tier 2 projects. One was 100% affordable, the other a market rate with affordable housing, and both of those required modifications and or waivers due to site conditions. I've got another 2 projects on the boards, and these would also require similar modifications or waivers, and therefore these would end up going to the Planning Commission. Therefore, I suggest that a number of current development standards not be eliminated, but be moved into the category of design guidelines, as you have in the Downtown Community Plan, and then these can be considered by the ARB, because the projects do go to ARB. I hope you do direct staff to consider this so that this ordinance can be utilised as effectively as it is intended. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Koenig. And now we'll move into the 2-minute request to speak, the first of which is Steven Spielberg, followed by Mark Verville and Denise Barton.
Good evening, council members. I'm Steve Spielberg with EAH Housing. I work with Sonia Suresh, so I may repeat a lot of what she said, but we're a 50-year-old nonprofit affordable housing developer and property manager, and we're currently partnering with the city to develop 2 100% affordable projects. And so we really appreciate you considering this agenda item tonight. If adopted, the ordinance will help us as well as our nonprofit colleagues provide more affordable units to the low-income and homeless residents of Santa Monica, helping to alleviate the affordability and homeless crisis we're currently experiencing. And specifically, Sonia mentioned, the ordinance would allow our project specifically to move quickly enough to leverage a city financing commitment with a significant amount of state funding, so we can provide supportive housing to end homelessness for 57 people that are currently living on the streets of Santa Monica. So again, we really thank you for considering this and hope that you approve the ordinance this evening.
Thank you. Next we have Mark Verville, to be followed by Denise Barton and Candy Arnold.
Mark Verville, Santa Monica. The issues with this agenda-driven initiative, which is the 9,000 units, are extraordinarily deep and existential to the well-being of Santa Monica's residents. In launching new businesses, investors require a fully developed business plan. In this initiative, the residents are the key investor group. They are being asked to invest in this initiative of 9,000 units via taxes and potentially significant degradation in the quality of life to the city that they love. Yet there is no fully or even partially developed plan, including plaza, that can be presented to the residents. The cart is now before the horse. By eliminating public comment requirements, the residents are now actively being excluded from these decisions. The only possible conclusion is that we are now experiencing a failure of accountability. Open initiative issues now include the fundamental housing unit assumption of this initiative is deeply flawed. The 9,000 unit total is predicated on an unsubstantiated statewide housing shortage of 3.5 million units. SCAG only distributed that number. Santa Monica has no conceivable site plan projection that has any relevance to this level of construction. Even with sites, the 6,000 affordable unit target is dependent upon public financing, primarily by new taxes. From where? Santa Monica has no dedicated transportation infrastructure plan to manage this 20% population surge. Lack of sites and subsidy funding drive a push to maximum density, which includes virtually eliminating parking. Our one violence-prone east-west light rail line and bus service will supposedly provide 100% of new resident transportation needs, all shopping in 2 carry bags and no friends in San Fernando. Moreover, Santa Monica is simultaneously contemplating adding the Plaza project that will generate an additional 5,000 new daily car trips. We're going to come to a complete gridlocked halt. A 20% population increase is environmentally unsustainable. We don't have the water. A 20% population increase would drastically increase police, fire, and public services, significantly raising our budget and pension obligations at a time when City Hall is projecting significant operating deficits. None of this makes any sense.
Thank you, Mr. Verville. Next speaker is Denise Barton. She'll be followed by Candy Arnold, Zena Josephs, and Kathy Knight.
Good evening. This is a very piecemeal approach which in the past has not produced the results we've promised. Let's start with page 3 of the staff report, where it states, similarly, 100% affordable housing projects are identified as only being subject to administrative review if they do not exceed 50 units. While helpful in providing guidance for implementation, such project thresholds are already in the zoning ordinance and are not necessary and loose. I disagree with this statement due to your ability to change an ordinance at your will, with total disregard for what the residents of the city want. So I would think the reinforcement of the zoning ordinance in loose would make it stronger, unless to weaken it is your true intent, making loose the lie again. Next, let's go to page 5, where we have the Planning Commission's recommendation to explore ways of delegating authority to staff to approve minor deviations from zoning ordinance requirements in building and fire codes. Does that mean you want to let staff approve subpar and unsafe buildings? because that's how it looks. Oh, but you're already doing that. Just look at the subpar soundproofing in between the floors for the group of affordable housing units in the building my affordable housing is in. Or would it be like the rotting trailers Barbara Collins had installed at Mountain View Trailer Park? The one I was held hostage in was also installed backwards. Put that together with community corporations' 100% affordable housing being rented out to market rate tenants due to a loophole in their business model. With all of this information, if you take the residents out of the development process for streamlining, then who are you representing really? Thank you.
Next is Candy Arnold.
Good evening, members of the City Council, Mayor Pro Tem, excuse me, and fellow citizens. I'm a resident of an affordable housing unit that's owned by Community Corporation. And it has been a godsend. I've lived there since 1995. I was a single parent when I moved in with one child, and I was scraping to get by. It was difficult. It's still hard sometimes, but it was hard. But my daughter grew up in a city that I grew up in. I grew up here. I went to John Muir, John Adams, Samohi. When I moved back to the city, because I lived away for a little bit, she went to Samohi, and I was very proud. Go Vikings. But I think this is a wonderful city. I have grandchildren now, and they're living with me because my daughter can't afford a house. She can't afford an apartment. But my grandchildren are seeing the city that I saw. They've gone to Douglas Park. They've watched the turtles on the rocks. They've climbed the trees. They've gone to the beach. They've seen the beauty that lies within this city. And I think every family should be entitled to have that beauty. I think every family should be able to take their children to your beautiful parks and just ride on the streets and just enjoy the city. People are talking about their businesses that they're in and this and that. It's not about business. It's about people. It's about families. It's about my beautiful grandsons, who I would do anything in the world for because I adore them. And I think we need to get back to the people, not the amendments, this ordinance or that. And I'm speaking to you regarding the 100% affordable housing. We need so much more of it. Somebody earlier said something about $1,100 a year. No, that's not enough. We can do better. We can do better all around. I don't care about the market rate because people can't afford it. Let's keep building this 100% affordable housing so people like me and my grandchildren can enjoy this beautiful city. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Zena Josephs.
I need to grow a little bit. I looked through the 82 pages of written comments about 7B that were posted. Of the few letters in support, one was from the Chamber of Commerce, whose chair-elect was Land Use Attorney Dave Rand. One from Chris Harding on behalf of the, quote, Santa Monica Housing Council, whose address happens to be the Sullivan Deturi Real Estate Office on Wilshire Boulevard. And one was from Santa Monica Forward with about 80 signatures. Of the many letters opposed, some were from residents, some were from city-recognized neighborhood organizations, and one was signed by 9 neighborhood and community groups, which represent literally thousands of Santa Monica residents. When I compiled the written comments on the 2019 Friends membership forms, there were 883 total comments about concerns. Of those, 456 focused on land use and circulation. Sunset Park residents have learned that additional development, even housing development, leads to increased cut-through traffic and congestion in our neighborhood. According to Big Blue Bus, average speeds on Pico, Ocean Park, and 23rd Street are currently 9, 7, and 6 miles per hour in the afternoon. So you can choose to follow Chris Harding's suggestion that item 7B is just, quote, the first step, and that you should remove all barriers and constraints to meeting the SCAG goal of 9,000 new housing units. And you can hope that all the new residents whose units construction will be speeded up by 7B will all work in Santa Monica and only bus, bike, and walk around town. But the reality is that many people already living here don't work here, that people change jobs, and that even the vast majority of your own city staff are driving to work every day. So please take into consideration reality and your constituents' concerns.
The population per square mile in Santa Monica is 10,000. In LA, it's 7,000. I don't understand why we should be adding 20% to our population. I don't understand why Ms. Camner recommended in the LA Times in October that we add 14,000 units. It makes no sense to residents. Thank you. And the community design meetings I've attended were, all the suggestions were ignored. Thank you.
Thank you. While Kathy Knight is coming forward, let me call the next three speakers. They will be Cynthia Selassie, Jennifer Kennedy, and Tara Baraskas. Evening.
Good evening. My name is Kathy Knight. I've been a resident for about 30 years here. And the city council is supposed to represent us residents. I don't feel like you're representing us or giving us full amount of democracy here where we can talk about and really participate in the development of our city. Other cities are opposing, I think some of them are opposing these huge mandates for housing. And why aren't you appealing these huge amounts of development that we're being forced to do? Please stand up for us and don't gag us that we can't have a full public process and what is going to go on. And are we going to be notified in any way that development is being proposed in our neighborhoods? I don't understand that part either. Because 50 units is a large development. It's a lot of development to come in. And we've had all these wonderful, public meetings like Lou's Bergamot Plan, Downtown Community Plan, all these wonderful public hearings that we're told are so democratic. But then I come here and I see you're changing all of those without going through a public process again and talking to people again and having public hearings on it. So it kind of makes a joke out of having all these public meetings to talk about development when it gets changed. And also, in the past, when there's been a problem, we've gone to the Planning Commission and we've worked it out to everyone's benefit in our neighborhoods. So that process of being able to go to the Planning Commission is very important for long-term compatibility in our neighborhoods. And this whole public transit thing, is that, well, I mean, I'm done now? Is that over?
Thank you very much. Next is Cynthia Selassie.
Hold on. Will you finish?
Well, she had finished her thought and began a new sentence.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members and the community members. My name is Cynthia Selassie. I live in 217 Bicknell Avenue. I just walked from where I live. I'm very lucky. I raised a daughter in the community corporation housing. She's going to graduate from UC Riverside this year. And another friend of mine who lives in the community corporation housing, his son will be graduating this year from Princeton. And so many Santa Monica who live in Santa Monica, work in Santa Monica, really they're improving their life and their children's life. And I'm here to support 100% affordable housing. I appreciate your help. Thank you.
Next is Jennifer Kennedy. Do you have a question, Councilmember Himmush? You have to ask if you do.
Yes, my question is...
Just don't yell at people, please. Get the chair's attention. I'll let you ask the question. Okay.
I was trying to ask a question and get your attention as she was walking away, but I wanted Ms. Knight to finish her thought, if that's okay.
If you ask that as a question, fine. She had finished her thought and her time was up. But if you have a question for Ms. Knight, that would be appropriate.
Okay. May I please hear, here's my question, may I please hear your last two sentences?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Well, what I see happening is, like, we have this whole thing of, like, bringing in mass transit so that all the people working here can get here easily, and like this whole thing of mass transit, everything will be perfect after that. But what happens is we have mass transit, all these people coming here and working, and then we have to now change our whole city and redevelopment and put up all this huge development for all the people that are coming here on the mass transit and working here. So it doesn't make any sense. It's just it's all for developers. People winning are developers.
Next speaker is Jennifer Kennedy.
Hi. First, I just want to say that I am actually really excited about the opportunity you have this evening. I'm really excited about taking steps to activate our boulevards and create much-needed housing. I don't want to touch the microphone. I'm sorry. I'll try to talk louder. I would like to create the much-needed housing on our boulevards, more in the downtown and Bergamot area, and really activate these areas even further. Santa Monica needs housing units for people to use as long-term permanent housing. There are a few issues I want to bring up. On the Planning Commission, when we had projects that were 99 units or less, we oftentimes were not useless in our endeavors. We oftentimes got the developers to take the affordable units and move them away from the dumpsters or away from the loading docks. These are very important things that matter, and the Planning Commission did good work on that. A few minutes ago, Commissioner Himmelrich asked Jing a question about whether or not a project that got this streamlining could be changed later on, and Jing's response was that the Housing Accountability Act says two-thirds of a project has to be residential use, and she answered your question essentially by saying, well, it has to be code compliant. So I would urge you to ask the question again, because if the project did get the streamlining and then tried to switch the use, is anything in the residential use classification fair game for that streamlining, whether it's family daycare or market rate SROs to be used as guest rooms, and we all know about the corporate housing problem, which I've spoken to many of you about it. You know how I feel about it. I sent you an email about it. I've come to testify at council about it. It's a problem. You know that there's a gap in regulations with regard to corporate housing that needs to be fixed. So please make sure that your code compliance with regard to how the Housing Accountability Act and our existing zoning code work together don't end up creating something that really isn't housing.
Your time is up, but you have a question from Councilmember Himmelrich.
So are you worried about the 1/3 that's left after the 2/3 that will become other types of housing, or are you worried that the whole thing will become other types of housing?
Something else. I'm responding specifically to the way Jing answered your question, because she answered your question about whether or not something could be modified by saying, well, it has to be code compliant. Well, so I mean, I don't have a copy of the Housing Accountability Act in front of me. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
So hang on one sec.
Okay.
If we have requirements that it be unfurnished, a minimum of 1-year lease, and a natural person occupying the unit, does that allay your concerns?
I think that you'd have to make sure that that language was in the right place to prevent somebody from doing one of two things. Applying for that project, getting the streamlining under that scenario, saying that they were going to do that, and then taking advantage of a modification process that allows them to switch to actually just do something that's still HAA compliant and code compliant, and still get that streamlining. And I haven't completely worked it out entirely, and like I said, I don't have a copy of the Housing Accountability Act in front of me, but that to me is a concern. I would imagine you might, if you go through with this evening, you might want to have kind of like all eyes on deck for the first batch of applications that come through. If you are having in the IZO special language that requires somebody to create long-term, permanent, unfurnished housing, okay, and then they get some streamlining, that's great as long as it can't be switched to something else in the residential use code and still be code compliant and get that streamlining. And then B, it's also important to make sure that, oh gosh, I just lost my train of thought.
Okay, well, let me, and the reason you're concerned about this is because in the city, rent control units have actually been converted into different kinds of housing. Is that right?
That's correct. I don't even have to go into the grand details, but you're all very familiar with the gap in regulations with regard to stays of 31 days or more. And you're having this come before you in 2 weeks, and frankly, I feel like this process should have been flip-flopped. But if there's a way, so think about this scenario. What if somebody says, you know what, I don't want that streamlining. I want to go to the Planning Commission because I'm not going to provide this kind of housing. Well, then I guess the answer would really just be, well, then they don't get the streamlining and they'd have to go to the Planning Commission. But at the same time, the Planning Commission would probably say, we'd like to have you insert a voluntary condition that you don't operate as corporate housing. So it's like around and around. And then again, and then the Planning Department would tell the Planning Commission that the project is code compliant anyway because it's housing, because it's in the residential use classification section of the code.
Well, but not if we change the definitions, which we're looking forward to doing very soon.
So that's why you need to also think very carefully about what happens between any approval that you make this evening and that 1 week, 2 weeks, does it get continued again? Time that you actually go ahead and make those changes to the residential use classification to bring them more in line with the Housing Accountability Act. Just make sure, I am sure that everybody sitting with you is going to do a great job in making sure that they work together to create housing. But just remember, we're all talking about building housing, but the residential use classification section of the zoning code calls them residential uses. People build houses, but then they use them as businesses. You know what I'm saying? We allow,
Yes.
and rightfully so, daycares to be.
Thank you, Jen.
So you get my point.
I do. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Tara Borowskis, and she will be followed by Dave Rand, Michael Tarbett, and Jason Eastlis.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. Tara Borowskis, Executive Director of Community Corp of Santa Monica. We own and operate over 1,800 units of affordable homes here in Santa Monica. I'm here to strongly support the IZO. I think it totally makes sense, especially when we're just talking about properties that are already zoned. I think this is the first step in a series of steps that should be taken given the housing crisis and also the RENA numbers. I wanted to illustrate an example of how the AA process is beneficial versus the DRP. We had 2 projects on 14th Street. One was done under an AA process. It took less than 3 months. It was really amazing working with the city staff on that. The other one, not much different, same block, and it went through a DRP process and it took over 6 months. So I didn't see any value that was added in that time frame. It just simply added time. And time really is critical for us. There's only 2 times a year we can apply for tax credits, which is the major funding source for our bigger projects. And that's March and July. If you miss July, you're waiting another 9 months. In many of these cases, the city is taking down the land. They're using city resources to do so, and the city's carrying the cost. So I think for so many reasons, we want to try to always make sure we're meeting those timelines. And to me, the DRP process doesn't really make sense in this case. I also just want to put it out there and state again that this is the first step. I think there should be many more. And also, I ask you to really think about funding. We can have streamlining, but if we don't have funding, we won't be able to meet the objective. Thank you.
Councilmember Davis.
Thank you, Ms. Borowskis. I just want to, so I know obviously CCSM does a number of 100% affordable housings, but CCSM also sometimes works with market rate developers to do the inclusionary part of their housing. Would this also help if we went to AAs for the market rate housing for that portion that you're doing that's inclusionary in terms of moving the project along?
Yeah, I think to the extent that they are HPP projects and, whether we're participating or not, yeah, I think it's a good idea.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Councilmember Himmelrich.
So the Tier 2 projects that we're talking about are similar in size and scale to the projects that you're doing. Isn't that right?
Yes.
So my question, and I keep asking this, and I'm going to ask you too, can you tell me why creating the streamlining for the Tier 2 projects doesn't impair your ability to create more 100% affordable projects?
Well, I think a few reasons. For us, we've actually been pretty successful in finding sites to build affordable housing on. I know that some people worry or are concerned about that. We, at least up till now, are not having that problem. The other thing is that this would simply streamline a process. It's not a super density bonus. It's not giving additional units. And that's really what incentivizes, in my opinion, market rate developers, is the more units, the better their project is. This is streamlining a process.
So if I understand what you're saying, I understand for you that by giving you basically over 50 units, streamlining for any size for you, even though I guess you're still doing wood construction, right? And don't plan to deviate from that at the moment, right?
We'll see.
But basically, the projects we're talking about are projects that are about the size of your projects.
Yes.
And my question is, given a streamlined Tier 2 project, or you coming in with a 100% affordable project, doesn't that give a for-profit developer more buying power to get the lots you may want? That's my concern.
Not in my opinion, no.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Dave Rand.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Dave Rand with law firm Armbruster, Goldsmith & Delvac, here representing a number of Santa Monica-based housing providers. I want to support the ordinance in front of you tonight. Quick hits are good. I would submit to you extra base hits and home runs are better, and I think there are opportunities to get there. If I had a billable hour, for which I do, for every time a client called me and asked about the Bergamon area plan and identified the Tier 3 standards and talked to me about how that's a workable construct, and then I had the opportunity to then explain to them what a development agreement means in terms of timing, unpredictability, and uncertainty in the city of Santa Monica, and that client on the other end of the phone never called back and never did business with me again. There's a lot of those situations. There's an easy way to get rid of that, and it's eliminate the development agreement requirements. Here you're taking DRPs and making them AAs. Why not take the DAs and make them DRPs? I'd say make them AAs, but it would make sense even to go to DRPs. At least that's a predictable process that developers can get their arms around. I understand that's not before you tonight. That's a phase 2 item, but it's one that I think would have real impact. There is a quick hit within the quick hit ordinance tonight that you can do that I think was overlooked. In the downtown, currently, there are projects between 75,000 square feet and 90,000 square feet that are Tier 3 projects, that are processed by DRP. So downtown's the only place you can do a Tier 3 DRP. The ordinance fixes this streamlining benefit at only Tier 2 projects. I don't know why that is the case. On a triple lot project downtown in the transit adjacent area, it's a 90,000 square feet project. Why wouldn't you want to encourage that developer to go to the max, build the most number of units, get the greatest number of affordable units, and give them streamlining? That's not in the ordinance. I think it should be. It's an easy fix.
Councilmember Himmerich has a question for you.
So I talked to somebody who works in LA who consults with them on their housing projects, who suggested to me that in LA they actually have a 50-unit cap for market rate housing, and I know you do a lot of work in LA. That's why I'm asking you this 50-unit cap for administrative approval of market rate projects.
It's not market rate or affordable. It's any net increase of 50 guest rooms or dwelling units on any given project in Los Angeles triggers what's called discretionary site plan review, which triggers CEQA and a public process. So, and it's something LA is talking about getting rid of, or at minimum increasing, for the very reasons that you're talking about, streamlining Housing Accountability Act compliant DRPs tonight.
And when you say increasing, you mean increasing over 50 units?
Increasing the threshold to allow for more by right streamlined zoning compliant projects.
And you're a lobbyist there too, right?
Guilty as charged.
Yes. So how many units are you suggesting that it be in LA?
I'd say get rid of it. I mean, for the same reason that you're contemplating getting rid of Housing Accountability Act thresholds here tonight. And if a project is completely compliant with the zoning and meets all general plan and zoning standards, it's going to be approved because it legally has to be. Why make that developer go through a long extended process and that only delays and ties up the units when they could be built faster and cheaper and come online sooner?
Well, so you just talked about the 3-lot. How many units are on that site?
So I'll give you an example because we worked on a project at 6th in Colorado.
Whoa. I asked you about the project you just talked about, the 3-site project.
The 3-site project had 140 units on a 3-site triple lot, 22,500 square feet of lot area. It was in the transit adjacent, which allowed 4.0 FAR and 84 feet. It was approved by development review permit. We filed July of 2018. We got approved October 2019. Took a year and 3 months. What I'm saying to you is, why not make that an AA and get it done a lot quicker? That had 20% affordable in it.
Did you need waivers there?
Nope.
So you didn't need any waivers, no variances,
Nope.
no nothing?
We had one of those surreal Groundhog's Day kind of planning commission hearings where I got up there and did my thing, and commissioners asked me the same questions. We were there for 2 hours. The project came out exactly how we proposed it.
My question would be, in these bigger projects, I mean, you don't think that when you have 3 sites, the 22,500, half an acre site, that you should have something more than administrative approval?
I think you should give developers every opportunity to make those very high affordable housing requirements you imposed in the DCP actually work. And if you're going to make that viable, and I'm skeptical that you can, but I sure know that it can only help to get there, to achieve that goal, which is yet to be achieved, to streamline the processing and make it as fast as possible. Because I've heard all of you say those are the projects you want. In those areas, you want people maxing out. You want people going to them. You don't want tier 1 SROs. You want tier 3 mixed income projects with the greatest amount of affordable. So that's great. AAs, you could do it tonight. Why wouldn't you?
Well, but then you would have to bring in projects that are 100% code compliant and HAA compliant and fulfill our affordable requirements. If I committed to that, would you commit to what I just said?
No, because I've said before that you can do all the streamlining you want. If the standards make the projects economically unviable, you can pass a law saying I'll get a building permit in 24 hours and it won't make a bit of difference. But since you're at it tonight anyways, and you're talking about streamlining, why not push it to the greatest extent that you can? And if you're going to all I'm saying is if you're going to streamline tier 2 projects on the boulevards, you may as well streamline tier 3s downtown where those same DRPs could be converted to AAs just as you're doing in the rest of the ordinance. And that's where you want the housing anyways, right near the heart of the downtown, in the transit. Couldn't be a better place for it.
And in Bergamot, right near the train, right?
And in Bergamot, if you did abolished, or if you made a tier 3 administrative, that would require eliminating the development agreements, number one, and it would require setting an affordability standard for tier 3 because, right, if it's a DA, it's negotiated. So if you go to a DRP or an AA in the Bergamot, you would have to set an affordability level. So that's a harder thing. I understand. That's more complicated. That's a future work plan. But the low-hanging fruit tonight is the DRPs downtown at tier 3 making those AAs. Because the affordability doesn't change. You don't have to do anything else other than expedite the processing.
But that was what I just asked you. So if we turn them into AAs, would you come in with 100% code compliant, HAA compliant projects with our affordability requirements?
When you relook at the HPP and you right-size the affordability standards to make them actually pencil, then yes, council member, I'll be back.
I'm so not surprised you said that. Thank you, Dave.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is Michael Tarbett.
So my name's Michael Tarbett. I started working on affordable housing in 1978. And me and Cheryl Roden, who later got to be on this council, we would go down to Coastal Commission and get our one affordable unit to go into a big development. And we went down with smoke coming out of the engine and having to put our heads outside. So we were dedicated. Then Cheryl said, let's go to a city council meeting. So we went to the city council meeting, and the subject was the local coastal plan. Public participation in the local coastal plan. Agenda item. So we set up, my name is called, and they said, we shouldn't take any public input on this item. And that happened. That was the mayor pro tem. And we then, Cheryl, we're in the middle of the audience, pulls me to my feet and says, what the fuck do you mean? So I understand public participation. This is not public participation. There were 20 more people who were wanting to come here, but you held it in a place that nobody can find because the parking lot's closed, because there's little paths, because my friend who came with me ended up walking in a puddle with no shoes. She just had sandals on. This place, this is not a public participation event. And you should not be making this decision here.
Thank you, Mr. Turbot.
Any questions?
I don't see any, so we'll go to Jason Eastless, who will be followed by Carl Hansen and Paula Larmore.
Good evening, Council, Mayor McEwen. Thank you for hearing our public comment. Name is Jason Eastless. I am a resident of Pico neighborhood, a Santa Monica native. I want to say that I wholeheartedly support the Planning Commission recommendation. I think it's a great first step. I also want to applaud the City of Santa Monica for not appealing the RENA numbers. A number of your peer cities are doing it, and I think it really does show where their values lie. And the truth is that we need to start planning for the future. I want to talk about affordable housing and market rate housing. I live in market rate housing. It was developed 50 years ago, 60 years ago, I think. It has become gradually affordable over time because, frankly, there's only a certain amount you can charge for the amenities that you get on a house, an apartment that was built during another time of housing crisis, namely when World War II ended and there was an influx of people moving to certain cities to start families, to try to find jobs. At that time, Santa Monica saw a historic increase in housing units. They built up, they built apartments, they built many of the apartments that many of us live in now, those of us who don't own homes. But you'd be hard-pressed to find someone who doesn't live in housing that wasn't built by a market rate developer. Period. I would welcome public housing tomorrow. We're not there. We can get some good affordable housing, streamline that, but it's not going to be built at the scale we need to solve the housing crisis. I walked past an encampment to get here today, right outside here. This is a real crisis. Thank you for taking action.
Thank you. Next speaker is Carl Hansen.
Good evening, council members. Carl Hansen, Housing Commissioner, but speaking on my own behalf tonight. Wanted to speak as a signer of the letter that Santa Monica Forward sent to you, supporting the streamlining of both the affordable and the qualifying market rate units. I think for the affordable units, it's obvious. I don't think anyone disagrees with that. We're in the midst of a housing crisis. We need new housing, and we need it fast because there are people right now who need those units, and the problem's getting worse. I did want to speak to the market rate piece, which seems to be a little bit more controversial, and to, again, second some of the points that Commissioner Lambert and Commissioner Kanner raised, particularly what really interested me was the point Commissioner Lambert raised about 38% of all affordable units since the passage of Prop R were built by market rate developers. I mean, that's a huge percentage. And what's before you tonight suggests, streamlining market rate also streamlines a major source of affordable units in the city in a time where we need lots of new affordable units and lots of new market rate units. And like Mr. Eastless said, market rate units are important because not all of us qualify for subsidized affordable housing or the inclusionary affordable units. You could subsidize some of us, but you couldn't reach all of us. And there is a market shortage that really impacts a lot of young professionals, people that are just getting into the city of Santa Monica and trying to make things work. And I encourage you to pass streamlining for both of these. I also support the elimination of DAs and any further streamlining we can do. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Paula Larmore, followed by Judy Abdo and Sean Landris. Evening.
Paula Larmor with Harding Larmor, Kutcher and Kozel, and speaking in support of item 7B, but I want to underscore, like other speakers before me, it's a small step in the right direction. This proposal basically removes cost and delay and hopefully attorneys, right, from the Tier 2 projects. So I really am having a hard time understanding the opposition. We're talking about commercial districts where the loose policy was to direct the housing there in order to protect the residential neighborhoods. And we're talking about 15% on-site affordable on the boulevards. So I think the biggest concern is that that's not going to be enough. You're not going to have a ton of developers excited to do this because Tier 1 is still by far superior in the minds of some property owners and developers because the Tier 1 requirements are so onerous. So I think you should be less concerned about trying to add more and more criteria on this streamlining and trying to see if anyone will make it work. Commissioner Himmelrich asked, why wouldn't this create less of a competition between affordable and market rate projects? The reason is because 100% affordable have extra FAR and height compared with market rate. In MUBL, they have 47 feet compared with a 36 foot. They have 2.0 versus a 1.75. The streamlining effect for a market rate developer isn't going to change the big difference in the standards, on top of which the 100% affordable housing projects have state density bonus and additional incentives for those projects. I do feel that the city should allow projects that require mods and waivers that can be approved by staff to qualify for the streamlining. There is a very finite, limited list of these, but they can make a really big difference in projects. Some of the community members were talking about flexibility, like moving a driveway. Those mods and waivers can allow that kind of flexibility. It's very limited in the code, what the planning director and zoning administrator can allow, and you would be leaving good projects off the table. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Larmor. Next speaker is Judy Abdo, who usually likes to speak fast, but Sean Landris outplayed you tonight.
I put his chit in, so he came late. I am speaking as a co-chair of Santa Monica Forward. Can you hear me all right? This is way up here, but and I am here to read the letter. That's the problem. I'm here to read the letter that was sent to you by Santa Monica Forward, and I wanted to just update you that at last count, it was 116 people who signed this letter. So here it goes. Santa Monica Forward urges you to adopt the February 19th, 2020 recommendations of the Planning Commission to streamline the processing of proposed housing projects by amending the land use and circulation element, the Downtown Community Plan, and the Bergamot Area Plan. These amendments would make the following types of projects subject to the administrative approval process rather than the development review permit process. 1, 100% affordable housing projects. 2, all Tier 2 housing projects which comply with the definition of housing project set forth in the Housing Accountability Act, the HAA, and are in compliance with all other sections of the HAA. Adoption of these recommendations will greatly shorten the time required for housing projects to receive city review and approval. This time saving will make housing less costly to build, which could result in more inclusionary units. It will also ensure that housing is constructed more quickly to meet the city's anticipated RHNA goal. Santa Monica Forward also encourages the City Council to direct staff to prepare amendments as needed to remove the development agreement, DA, requirement for all Tier 3 housing projects that are compliant with the HAA. We believe that the current DA requirement is a major deterrent to the development of Tier 3 housing projects I have one more sentence. Given the uncertainty and the extensive time consumption of this process, impact fees and fact-based inclusionary housing requirement would make such projects of benefit to the city. Their efficient
That's more than
development
one sentence, Ms. Asma.
would also greatly enhance the city's ability to meet its anticipated RENA goals. Thank you.
I know we had the marathon this weekend. But that was really a run-on sentence.
I'm sorry.
Our last speaker is Sean
I did
Landis.
not run in the marathon.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. Sean Landris, speaking as an individual, but I am Vice Chair of the Planning Commission, so let's take this as Leslie and I get to bookend the public comment. I want to offer a couple of just brief remarks. One, first is to really thank the planning staff. They have done and are doing a tremendous amount of work on a very short period of time, and I just want to give them a shout out for the work that they're doing. They're also may not be happy with what I say next, but I do want to thank them first. To highlight a couple of things from the Planning Commission's recommendations that I wrote, the permanent residence piece is absolutely critical here. If we're proving HAA compliant projects, has to be for housing, not for something else. The one other thing that the Planning Commission has done is to look at mobility, sustainability, ped plan, bike plan. We do want to make sure that you are sort of continuing to look at what would need to be put in the ordinance. We had a lot of conversations about transparency. I'm glad to hear that there's progress on adding a community meeting and really using ARB. The support services and case management for residents who are in the affordable units, I think, could be added as a condition, an additional sort of qualifying condition here as you're beginning to discuss, or it could be moved into the HPP is probably where it should live long term. You might also consider doing that with the dispersal of units issue, because that is something Planning Commission has done. Lastly, I would ask for direction potentially on three things. One is limiting the housing DAs. With all this time that we'll have not doing these DRs, we could look at limiting the housing DAs, look at reducing parking in the Bergamot area and everywhere else so that we don't have to approve DRs with 395 underground parking spaces. That was kind of absurd, as you'll see nods even from the applicant's lawyer. And to finish the sentence, exploring with staff where that flexibility could be added in. And in a run-on sentence, I do have an answer on how this would counter gentrification.
Thank you,
Someone
Mr.
wants to
Landis.
ask it.
Well, let's hear it.
Well,
Thank you.
I have a request from Councilmember Hara, probably to hear the answer to the question she asked earlier.
Absolutely. Could you please provide us some information of what you think would prevent gentrification?
Yes, so one of the things that I believe strongly contributes to the cost of housing in Santa Monica are the delays associated with holding costs. Not just because the holding costs are expensive, but we've seen and we've heard testimony that over the period of 6 months to a year or 18 months that it takes to get through the DR process, construction costs continue to increase as they have over the past number of years. And so all those construction costs have to be paid for by somebody, and they'll be paid for by the people who are moving into those units. So with the same housing stock, if we can move the housing with the same rules, if it's a no, it's a no, if it's a yes, it's a yes. If we can get through that process faster, those construction costs can be controlled, and hopefully those rents will not go up to correspond with the construction costs, and will actually be contributing to more income diversity in those units. That's my belief, that we can do something to control those costs.
Thank you.
Councilmember Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Landris. I just have a quick question about the idea of wraparound services, because not every person living in affordable housing needs wraparound services. Plus, we know that some of the other costs that we have imposed on affordable housing projects, like transit, that sort of thing, have actually impeded the ability. So how do you see that working at this stage as opposed to in the AHPP?
So I'm not convinced that this should be part of the land use process to begin with, right? Because as Councilmember Himmelrich pointed out, there are Section 8 folks who need it. There are HPP folks who need it. But every DR that comes to us, even when it's Housing Accountability Act compliant, over the last year and a half that I've been on the Planning Commission, we've done two things. We've secured a guarantee against corporate housing,
and we've secured a commitment from the developer to provide, before the COO is issued, a kind of concierge. We're going to find someone who's going to do this for the people who want it. And that is to ensure that when you're doing a 50 or 60 unit approval and there's a handful of extremely low or very low units where you don't have the kind of support that a community core or an EAH would provide, that the people in those handful of units have some information provided to them about where they can go for services. We're not typically mandating that the developer spend a great deal of money providing those services. It's that they provide the concierge access and they work with the housing. I mean, I think that the housing authority can give better answers on how that actually plays out in real life, but it's essentially making sure that the people who move into those units do not remain isolated from this suite of services that the city ensures are available to everybody else.
So in the short term, because I'm trying to think,
Right.
since we're trying to talk about administrative approvals here and how that works out, I'm not sure, and maybe we'll have that discussion. But is that also, I mean, in theory, something the city could do? I mean, even with an administrative approval, the city is aware of a development and could, for example, notify people living in the deed restricted units about, here's a list of services, here's a number you could call, that sort of thing.
100%. If the city wanted to take that on, that would be terrific.
Well, the city manager will come over here and hit me in the head with a baseball bat if I talk about the city taking on anything new. But I'm just trying to think about an interim situation until we get to the AHPP, which feels
Right.
to me like a better place for that to reside.
It is, and for now, it's written into the volunteer project description, which is, it's a workaround. It's not, I mean, technically, it's always voluntary, so it would be better to have it be baked into something.
Okay, great, thank you.
For the record, I believe we have a nonviolent city manager, so. Well, that'll close the public hearing on item 7B, and council, I'll just remind us as we go into discussion, there is a staff recommendation before us. I would hope we can deal with that. It's already 11:30. If there are directions that some council members want to make on further actions, I would hope that they could wait till we get this done first. We'll start with questions for staff, and I'll start by asking if the city attorney is now ready to show us that language that would prevent the use of units in Tier 2 HAA compliant streamlined projects from being used for corporate or other commercial types of housing.
Yes, we can put up that language.
With this, we'll have all the updated language before us, and Councilmember Winter, I saw you were ready with a question? I had a question about this. What do you know? So what we're looking for here is language that will deal with an issue brought up by some council members and some members of the public concern about the use of what should be housing for other purposes that doesn't create a permanent domicile for somebody who really intends to live here.
Jean, could I ask you to show the beginning of Part A too? So this would make the streamlining apply to housing projects that meet the definition of housing development project and comply with all objective requirements in accordance with the HAA, that do not exceed the thresholds for Tier 2 projects, and for projects with rental units, the applicant agrees prior to issuance of a building permit to record a deed restriction against the property, ensuring that all leases shall be made only to a tenant who is a natural person or to tenants who are natural persons. All leases shall be made only to a tenant or tenants who, regardless of the term of occupancy, intend to make the rental unit the tenant's domicile as defined in the California Elections Code, Section 349B. That all prospective tenants shall be offered a written lease which has a minimum term of 1 year, and all units shall be leased as unfurnished units.
And City Attorney, as a deed restriction, that would not be something that someone could then change later. That goes with the property for the life of the property.
That is correct. It would be adopted as a deed restriction, so it would run with the property.
Thank you. Councilmember Winter.
Well, my first question is whether or not we would have a deed restriction in that language, so that's been elegantly answered. Two other questions for staff. We also, Ms. Yao volunteered the idea that we might have require a community meeting prior to the submission of an application so that residents who, living adjacent to the property had an opportunity to voice whatever concerns they might have, and those would be heard. A question I have is, would that be something the applicant ran and that staff would not attend, or do you envision a planner being there so that that resident feedback goes directly to planning staff rather than being filtered through the applicant's interpretation?
We would anticipate staff not being at that meeting because if the suggestion that this occurs before the application is even submitted, nobody has paid any fees, we don't necessarily know when they're planning on doing that. This is different than the community meetings that are required for development agreements, because those community meetings are, they're required as part of the process after an application has been submitted. So we collect a mailing fee and all that, so we do the noticing. In this case, this is, we are looking at kind of the process that the Housing Division offers for 100% affordable housing, where they require the developer to take on that responsibility of holding the community meeting, but they sign an affidavit that says they gave the written notices, they provide a summary of those comments, they elicit public input on the schematic design, and they incorporate those comments to the extent feasible. We don't believe that having staff attend those meetings, it's, again, it's before the application has been submitted, so it doesn't really make sense, in that process.
So what's to prevent gamesmanship where, an applicant says, well, we had a meeting and nobody had any concerns whatsoever, when there might have been concerns strenuously voiced?
I think that we will generally, I think that once a project is out in the community and if there's concerns, I would say we generally hear about it.
Okay, and so people will get the notification at some point and they'll have an opportunity to provide that input.
Right, but again, it's not through a public hearing process, but if your concern is that they've misrepresented, what has been put out there, I think our suggestion, again, would be through the application process that I'm envisioning maybe there's a form that we create that, it's part of the public record, it's part of the application form that anyone would be able to view. But that's really, the applicant is signing that they're making a truthful statement, that what they're reporting out is what occurred at the meeting.
And then my next question is, do you think we would be well advised to create another precondition for the streamlining process for market rate housing, that the inclusionary zones be distributed equitably throughout the project?
That's already in the AHPP. I would say that it hasn't probably been applied in that way. I think that I have not seen a housing project that has had inclusionary units where they've just been bunched in one area. I think developers are distributing them throughout the project. We require it, and as far as our review, that be distributed throughout the project.
So you're assuring me that when it goes through plan check for an AA, that will be looked at?
That is something we look at. Councilmember Hillmarch is correct that it does say in the HPP it's over 100, so if you want to make that clear that it applies to all, I suppose you could do that, although it's not in the zoning ordinance, so.
All right, thank you.
Councilmember, you had asked about the community meetings. We do have language on that if you'd like to see it now.
That would be lovely. Particularly if it doesn't have any unnecessary strike-throughs.
Only if I can read you 8 pages about those strike-throughs. So This is the language for projects eligible for an administrative approval under 9.39.020A2 or 3. An applicant shall conduct a community meeting to receive community input on the proposal, which shall be conducted prior to submitting an application. And if I could ask our planning director just to type in, and with noticing as required by guidelines adopted by the director. That allows us a little bit more time to adopt standard noticing requirements, which the planning director would put in place to ensure that there's noticing of such meetings.
Would that language make the report on such a meeting a mandated part of the application?
That would not. We would have to add that.
Could we? I think that might be a good idea.
Perfect. Planning director has added it now, which shall be conducted prior to submitting an application and with noticing and reporting on the community meeting as required in guidelines adopted by the director.
I can only comment, I'm glad I put in fresh contact lenses this morning. That's pretty small type from here. Councilmember Davis.
For curiosity, how does that differ from the current requirement that when the city is involved in the financing of an affordable project that they hold 2 meetings? Is there a disparity there, or?
Yeah, you're right, with the city-funded affordable housing, they're required to hold 2 pre-design meetings. I believe that, and then there's a loan commitment one. I think that one of those meetings can be counted so that you hold 2 meetings, so it's the loan, 30 days after the loan commitment letter is issued, and then another one before the application is submitted. So it's not like 3 meetings, it's 2 total. We don't have a similar parallel process here because obviously there's no public funding involved.
Other questions for staff? Councilmember Davis.
Yeah, so I just want to sort of do a little bit of legislative history here. So back on the additions relating to not being corporate housing, it says that we would require the offering of a year lease. But I don't know that we need to change the language, but I know in the past when we've talked about it, we have been concerned, we've been concerned that the prospective tenant may not want a year lease and they should be free to negotiate something less, with the understanding that, in other words, the offer has to be made of the year lease by the landlord, but the tenant may say, I'm only going to be here 6 months, and if the landlord says okay, then the offer's been made.
That's correct.
Yeah, I don't think we need to change the language. I'm just trying to do some legislative history
Yes,
work
that
here.
is how we interpret that language, that the landlord is required to offer a written lease for a minimum term of 1 year. And we indeed, you will be pleased to hear, have been working on the ordinances that you want to see. So there will be more clarification of what we mean by offer coming soon.
Okay, great. And then going back to the language we just added, sorry, I'm thinking linearly here. So, community input on the proposal, which shall be conducted prior to submitting an application. And the noticing and reporting in the community meeting as requested.
As required.
Oh, as required. Let's see, my contacts, I don't even have contacts. Meeting as required in guidelines. Do we have those guidelines?
No, they would be created.
Okay, because this is going to be an emergency ordinance, so when do we think we're going to have those guidelines? Because that could be an impediment.
David is sitting out scribbling on the back of an envelope right now.
I don't think it's going to be very hard to create those guidelines. We have ones in place for development agreements. I think it's a fix to our application form and maybe an extra piece of paper added on there. So I don't think it's a huge effort.
One more question.
And the community, I think I'm okay with that then. All right, I understand.
And Councilmember Winter has another question.
Yeah, and just to follow up on this idea of there's still opportunities for public input along with these community meetings. We would then, once the application is submitted, there would be a preliminary ARB meeting.
That's right.
Then it goes through the AA process, and then there's the real ARB hearing where they have or have not done what the ARB suggested at their preliminary meeting, then they're going to go through a series of ARB meetings till they get approved. But for members of the public, I mean, I'm thinking, for example, that 2903 Lincoln project where people have concerns about where the driveway was located. While the ARB cannot require modifications that diminish the mass, the building envelope at all, can the ARB make those sort of requirements about moving a driveway?
It's not really the purview of the ARB, I would say, to look at access and circulation. In cases where we have seen concerns expressed about those sorts of things, obviously the staff is at those meetings. And those kinds of projects, as we always do, we look at circulation and access and make sure that it functions properly. So that's part of the staff review, actually, of the project to correct or, find alternatives, where we hear, concerns about where things are located.
So to the extent that it was brought up and the professionals on the ARB expressed a concern about those particular issues, staff would then pay additional attention to that during the plan check process.
Yeah, I mean, where the code allows us the opportunity to shape, that part of it. Because sometimes, although there's a standard, there may be multiple ways to comply with that particular standard. That's where we work with applicants to address those kinds of issues.
Yeah, because, I mean, you and I had a bit of a dialogue about it. A lot of these projects are on standard lots. You're going to put the driveway and the loading on the back of the alley, et cetera. But there are situations, in that one on Lincoln was a sloping lot and some irregular.
Yeah, it doesn't come up often, but when it does, we spend, like I said, for that particular project, we spent upwards of a year working with the applicant to, figure out a solution.
All right, thank you.
Council.
Mayor Pro Tem O'Day, somebody was jumping in there. Was that the city attorney?
Council, I just wanted to ask the planning manager to add the word meeting between which and shall to make clear what that which is.
That was my comment. I wanted to know which.
There you go.
No question then?
No, that was it.
Did you have a question, Councilmember Hammerich?
I have a couple questions. First of all, with respect to the amount of affordable housing that's been built by inclusionary, it looks to me as if the total housing that's been built since Prop R was in was 38% of the total, right? But that wasn't all built by for-profit developers, is that right?
Well, no, that 38%, if I don't have it in front of me, but I'm going to believe Commissioner Lambert, she was indicating that 38% of the total affordable housing that has been built since Prop R has been the result of inclusionary.
And that's what I'm asking you, because the total amount that's been built is 38%. So a lot of that has been community core and people other than.
No, 38% of what was built.
Right. So that, 30% of the total affordable housing that has been built since Prop R was inclusionary. The other 62% would have been.
And how much if you don't just start with Prop R, but you start before that? Because community core was operating.
I don't have that information.
Okay.
At the moment.
So in the leases, are developers allowed to have proration in the leases so that you can have a 12-month lease, but then they can have built-in proration, so somebody could actually have a 12-month lease that's really a 1-month lease?
Well,
because you could build in that this is a 12-month lease, but if you leave after the first month, you owe and basically it's all the same as it would be for 12 months.
I mean, if I can speak to that particular requirement.
Yes.
And I think the city attorney can certainly augment if she'd like to, is, what's said here is that the 1-year lease has to be offered. The tenant doesn't, we can't require people to sign a 1-year lease if they don't want to, but the requirement is to offer it, and the tenant can certainly say, I don't want that, I would like something less than that.
But if the tenant says, and I guess this is for our mid-term housing, mid-length housing issue, but if a tenant says, I want a 1-month lease, which we don't really allow, then if they're offered a 12-month lease and they want a 1-month, do we let the landlord give it to them?
A 1 month would violate our generally applicable laws. So I think that the problem that we have is that a tenant can break a lease. And so even if you put them in a longer lease, they have the option to break the lease. And so this is the language that has been used in most places to try to ensure that people are offered a 1-year lease. It also prohibits effectively the advertising of anything less than a 1-year lease.
And I'm sorry, maybe I missed it. Is it a natural person is in there? It hasn't
that's
leased?
That's correct. That's the first piece. All leases shall be made only to a tenant who is a natural person.
Sorry, my eyes are getting blurry.
To tenants who are natural persons.
Thank you.
If we have no more questions, would anyone care to either move the staff recommendation or move something else?
I have one more question following up on that. So we, in this deed restriction, or however we enforce this on, advertising is the real way we know whether people have the intent to go for medium-term rentals, right? So is there language in there that allows us to enforce this based on people advertising for medium-term rentals, or should we include something like that?
Well, that would be an offer.
So while we could include that, that's more of a concern with generally applicable because these are going to be individual buildings with deed restrictions. So that would be a violation of the deed restriction. I don't think we have included advertising provisions in DAs when we've included, or in STOAs when we've included this language, have we?
No.
Quick question, wouldn't offer be inclusive of advertising?
If someone were advertising leases for 6-month terms, we would know that they were violating their deed restriction to offer written leases for a minimum term.
All right, before us.
I have one more question.
Another question from Councilmember Hemmerich.
I'm sorry, is this imposing on you, Kevin?
It's your turn to ask a question.
So here's my question. So we are doing this based on Tier 2, which is in the loose. And my question is, so the loose runs till 2030? When do we start again?
I would have hoped when I wasn't working here anymore, but I guess that's not an option.
It'll be 2060.
20, I think we were anticipating probably starting at probably about 5 years before that, so 2025.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Davis.
All right, well, I'm going to get this show on the road. I'm going to move that the City Council adopt a resolution as with the amendments suggested by the City Attorney's Office and presented to us up on the board to amend the text of the land use and circulation element to authorize 100% affordable housing projects and Tier 2 housing projects compliant with the Housing Accountability Act to be reviewed through an administrative approval process. I'm assuming you need each of these 4 done separately, is that correct? So I'm just...
That is correct with the loose burst.
All right, so I moved number 1.
You've moved the first.
I'll second.
It's been seconded by Councilmember Hara. Is there discussion on this? Seeing none, we'll go for a roll call vote.
I just want some clarity. So that's moving the first item, and what did you say it include?
It includes all the amendments that we were shown and that the city attorney went over with us.
Well, I guess my question is, are those in the ISO, or are they in this particular resolution?
Well, she put the material about, for example, the not corporate housing, that's in the ISO, but but I'm just starting at number 1, which is the amendment to the land use and circulation element.
Which had the changes in the strikeouts.
Those changes.
Right, with the changes that were shown to us by the city attorney and put on the board.
She's shown us a lot of changes.
Yeah. Well, no, and it wasn't always clear where they were going, but I think the stuff about corporate housing is in the ISO, not in the land use and circulation element. Is that correct?
Can you give us just one moment and we'll give you the motions? I want to be sure we get them correct.
Oh, okay. Because then I'll just say what she said.
Happy to have you guide this along.
What this?
But we do appear to need 4 separate motions.
Does anybody know what happened to Sam Ohio
They
girls
lost.
basketball team?
They lost, but they had a great run.
Yes, they did, and congratulations to them.
Absolutely. Go Lady Vikings.
And just so people know why we're being so careful, this being an emergency ordinance, it will effectively take place tonight, take effect. So there won't be a second reading to double check ourselves. So we want to make absolutely sure that we have the language that we want to have. Do we have some disagreement as to whether we have that language or not? While we have a pause, just a reminder that the City of Santa Monica is working with the LA County Department of Health very closely on coronavirus issues. We have a web page, smgov.net/coronavirus, that has updated information, and we urge everyone to be, very careful. Wash your hands frequently. And if you can, we've actually asked people, rather than come down to our city council meetings, for the time being, to watch it on streaming TV on the internet or city TV if you have cable, or listen to us on KCRW. And I'm hoping that we will resolve this particular item, 7B, before we go off the air on KCRW in just 10 minutes. Do we need more time on the language, or do we have a conflict, or could we get some idea from staff of what's going on? I guess not.
Did we put the dispersal of units in here? We aren't going to. Good idea.
City Attorney, if you need a significant amount of time, we might move to, okay.
I haven't touched him.
Bottle of hand sanitizer is being passed along the dais. We'd love to wash our hands with this item,
You
but
aren't allowed. I have to go see one of our clients in prison, and you are not allowed to bring hand sanitizer into prison because it has alcohol in it, and they're afraid people will drink it.
City Attorney, do we need enough time that we should go on to another item, or?
I mean, what happens in a prison? Can you imagine a more contaminated? But no, can you imagine?
Yes, I think that would be helpful.
If it's okay with the council, then I'm going to suggest something that Councilmember Winter just suggested, which we could go ahead and take care of item 13A while this is being cleaned up by the city attorney. Then we would return to item 7B and take the votes on the motion that's on the floor and the other three motions that would need to be made. So it's a pretty short item that I'll ask the clerk to call item 13A.
Item 13A is recommendation to accept Paula Fern's resignation from the Commission on the Senior Community and authorize the city clerk to publish the vacancy, and you have no request to speak.
Second.
So by Councilmember Davis, seconded by Councilmember Hara, it has been recommended, it's been motioned that we accept this resignation with regret, which we can do by voice vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? No. So that is unanimous of the City Council. That means that this opening on the Commission on the Senior Community will be posted for applicants.
It'll advertise for a month, yes.
Okay. So I think we are now ready to go back to the city attorney and turn the clock back to item 7B.
So the first motion would be to adopt a resolution to amend the text of the loose to authorize 100% affordable housing projects and Tier 2 housing projects compliant with the HAA to be reviewed through an administrative approval process with the technical amendments read into the record by the city attorney earlier.
So moved. Second.
All right, that has been moved by Davis, seconded by Councilmember Hara, and we can go to a roll call vote.
Councilmember Moreno?
Yes.
Councilmember Hemmerich?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Winter?
Yes.
Councilmember Hara?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem O'Day?
Yes.
And Mayor McKeon?
Yes, so that is approved by unanimous 7-0 vote of the council.
Your second motion would be to adopt a resolution to amend the text of the Bergamot Area Plan to authorize 100% affordable housing projects and Tier 2 housing projects compliant with the HAA to be reviewed through an administrative approval process with the technical amendments read into the record by the city attorney earlier in the meeting.
So moved.
Again, that has been moved by Davis and seconded by Hara, and we can go to a roll call vote.
Mayor Pro Tem O'Day?
Yes.
Councilmember Hara?
Yes.
Councilmember Winter?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Himmerich?
Yes.
Councilmember Moreno?
Yes.
And Mayor McCune?
Yes, so that also is adopted unanimously by 7-0 vote.
Your third motion would be to adopt a resolution to amend the text of the Downtown Community Plan to authorize Tier 2 housing projects compliant with the HAA to be reviewed through an administrative approval process with the technical amendments read into the record by the city attorney earlier this evening, as well as the amendments related to an additional requirement for a deed restriction, as well as the additional requirement related to a community meeting that were also read into the record earlier this evening.
So moved.
Second.
Again, moved by Davis, seconded by Councilmember Hara. Before we vote, let me ask all the council members who are not speaking to turn off their microphones. We're getting some kind of an echo in the room, and I suspect it's having too many microphones on at one time, and I'd like to exorcise the ghost of Jimi Hendrix before we go forward. So we're ready for a roll call vote.
Mayor Pro Tem O'Day?
Yes.
Councilmember Hara?
Yes.
Councilmember Winter?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Himmerich? Councilmember Moreno?
Yes.
And Mayor McCune?
Yes, 7-0, unanimous vote of the city council. We have one more motion.
The last motion would be to introduce and adopt an urgency interim zoning ordinance authorizing 100% affordable housing projects and Tier 2 housing projects compliant with the HAA to be reviewed through an administrative approval process with the technical amendments read into the record by the city attorney earlier this evening, as well as the amendments related to an additional requirement for a deed restriction and an additional requirement for a community meeting read into the record by the city attorney earlier this evening.
So moved.
Second.
All right, we're consistent. That's also been moved by Councilmember Davis, seconded by Councilmember Hara. And seeing no discussion, we can go to a roll call vote.
Councilmember Moreno?
Yes.
Councilmember Himmerich?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Winter?
Yes.
Councilmember Hara?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem O'Day?
Yes.
Mayor McCune?
Yes, so that's unanimous. And in fact, all four motions required to affect the staff recommendation on item 7B have been passed by unanimous 7-0 vote. We have a request to speak from Councilmember Davis.
So I didn't raise this during the hearing because I was informed it was not part of the noticing of the item. I do have one concern, is that we have now streamlined projects, which I'm very much in favor of, but we've streamlined them with our current parking requirements, which means we could potentially be building I was going to say a nasty word, a boatload of parking that we neither need nor want. So I would like to give direction to staff that they bring back to us with all due haste, because we've now streamlined the project, a elimination of parking minimums for all projects affected by the action we've taken tonight. I generally like to get rid of all parking minimums in the city, but I think that's a bigger discussion. I just want to make sure we don't start giving administrative approvals with tons of parking we neither need.
If I can just suggest, rather than make that a separate direction, we're coming up very soon on a decision on planning department priorities. We've heard tonight how hard they're working to get us what was called the low-hanging fruit first. I'm afraid if we start to throw new things at them that they should do first, a lot of the other things that we also want won't be correctly prioritized. So I'm willing to entertain the motion. I'm just suggesting that rather than ask it to come back as a separate action, that you request that it be put on the list for discussion as a planning department priority.
Well, two things. I don't know when that's coming back. This is an urgency ordinance, so tomorrow people could start lobbing in applications, and they would have a lot of parking. And two, don't want to rat anybody out, but I was advised by staff that it wouldn't be a big deal to do that. So if staff would like to correct me, that's okay. But I'm just concerned, I don't know when those priority lists, if that doesn't come back for 3 months, we could have administrative approval of a lot of projects that have a lot of unnecessary and unwanted parking. But maybe Mr. Martin can address that.
Yeah.
So the planning priorities are scheduled for April 14th. So that's when we'll be back with those items.
1 month from now.
And we're definitely going to do it then. It's not going to be one of those things like, it's
Yeah,
looking.
no, we are definitely planning to bring
All
it
right,
back.
well, I'll take a risk of 30 days, and if it doesn't happen on April 14th, I know where you live.
Okay.
I appreciate the willingness to try and do this in a coordinated fashion, because there is so much right now that we want our planning department to do. Councilmember Hemorrhage.
I'm not sure that HAA compliant projects don't have reduced parking requirements. I'm pretty sure that in the HAA, it automatically reduces the parking requirements, and no.
We'll talk about it in a moment.
Okay, yeah. Okay.
Let's go.
Is there anything else people want to put on that motion so that we can have it all coordinated in one agreed-upon motion to put things into the planning priorities? No? Do we need to?
Is that going to include the possibility of removing the requirement for DAs for Tier 3? Because we heard a lot of that tonight. So I just want to make sure that's included in what we're going to hear on April 14th. Oh, sorry, Mr. Martin. I've done it to you again.
What we plan to do is to lay out all the things that the City Planning Division is working on and explain to the council when those items would come forward. Also explain there's probably some things we can't get to as soon as you might like, so we just want to get some direction from the council on, how we approach those items that, where they should land on the priority list and what things we should put off so that we could address the things that are more important to the council.
And will the DA requirement for Tier 3 be on that list you're bringing back on the 14th, or do we need to give you direction to put that on
It
the
will be
list?
part of the larger housing discussion that we're engaging in and the items we're bringing back. So yes, it will be part of our consideration. And
On the 14th?
Yes, yes.
Great, thank you.
And one other thing, if I can ask the city attorney, this is an interim emergency ordinance. It lasts for what, 45 days? Or is it a long?
60 days.
60 days. So we'll be coming back. We could change the parking requirements 60 days from now, which were not on the agenda tonight and therefore not noticed. But if it comes up as something at the April
We will be back to you
14th
April
meeting.
28th with an extension of the ordinance.
Okay, so
We can
if we
do it
decide on the 14th, it's a priority to drop the parking, we could do that when this comes back on the 28th. Is that correct?
Sure.
We would have to figure out how to notice it in that manner.
Okay.
So, yep.
Okay, so then you had a motion, or are you withdrawing the motion?
No, based on the representations of staff, I'll withdraw the motion.
All right, so are we done then with item 7B? It appears we may be. And that means we're done with our entire agenda, and we move on to public input for the night.
Public input. Public comment is permitted only on items not on the agenda that is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the city. State law prohibits the city council from taking any action on listed items, on items not listed on the agenda, including issues raised under this agenda item, and you have 5 requests to speak.
And I'll call the first 3 names. The first is Kareem Kamal. The second is Eduardo Garcia. And the third is Chad Kroger. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, council members. I'm here tonight to talk about a communication that Patricia Bigelow published on her Facebook page in 2017 and kept until well into 2018. This communication appears to cast suspicion upon our mayor and our council members. Patricia Bigelow identified herself as a Justice of Division 8 of the California Court of Appeal by stating her name and her function as a Justice of the California Court of Appeal. As a matter of fact, Patricia Bigelow is the presiding Justice of Division 8. She wrote to a certain Steve James, a then Long Beach police detective. She wrote, "Let's impeach the mayor." Detective Steve James, who joined EKA, a lobbying firm in the county of Los Angeles after his retirement from the Long Beach Police Department, answered, "It would be a pleasure to work with you again." My question here is, was Justice Bigelow talking about our city of Santa Monica mayor? And if so, What basis did she have to suggest an impeachment of the mayor? I request that the city inquire with Justice Bigelow on what she meant to say, and that you please publicly clarify. It's vital to prevent or redress the possible and unfair impact such exchanges are likely to have on the voters given the upcoming elections. Following a complaint with the Commission on Judicial Performance, Justice Bigelow made her Facebook page private.
Yes. Thank you for notifying us of that. Your time is up. Thank you very much.
So I will come back and
your
I
time
will...
is up, sir. We can't take any action on things on 14 items. Thank you very much. Eduardo Aguirre, you're the next speaker.
I will just let you know that I will
Yes, your time is up,
start
sir.
a campaign to expose things, because I think the judicial system
Sir, your time is up. Eduardo, would you please come forward?
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, council members. My name is Eduardo Urrutia, and I arrived in Santa Monica in 1976. LACMA, the Los Angeles County Museum of Art, is in big trouble and is headed for disaster, but you can intercede and save the day at the last minute. What do I mean by headed for disaster and in big trouble? I would like to refer you to the website for the Los Angeles Review of Books, where you will find 3 articles by architectural critic Joseph Giovannini. And in those 3 brilliant articles, you will find the frightening proof that what was promised by Michael Gauvain and Peter Zumthor and LACMA, what was promised is not what's going to be delivered, not by a long shot. That LACMA is going to cease being an encyclopedic museum of national renown, and it is headed for bankruptcy. I'm asking you please to pass a resolution demanding an independent investigation of the long-term financial consequences of all the decisions made and being made by Michael Gauvain and LACMA. And I'm asking you to please demand that until the results of that independent investigation are released to the public, that everything be frozen. No release of funds, no demolition, nothing but the asbestos abatement that is ongoing. Please notice that the Amundsen Foundation has withdrawn its collaboration with LACMA. Think about that. The Amundsen Foundation has withdrawn its support and its collaboration. If the Amundsen Foundation has withdrawn, something is terribly wrong.
Thank you, sir. Your time is up. The next speaker is Chad Kroger. Mr. Kroger, you'll be followed by J.T. Parr, and our final speaker tonight will be Jonathan Foster. Good evening.
What up, council? My name is Chad Kroger. First, I just want to say I'm fired up to be here. Council, in America, we have a holiday called Labor Day, where we honor those who have jobs. Massive respect to those legends, but what about the people who don't have jobs? Should they not be honored? Some of the coolest people in this country choose not to work. Like my dog, Serge Quinones. He's super good at breakdancing. He knows a ton about the band Sublime, and he's dated 3 chicks named Amanda. Pretty awesome. Also, if you're ever feeling not stoked, you can just sit in the back of his van and vent. He's a really good listener. And, he usually parks at 8069 Detroit Street, so I encourage you all to cruise sometime, but look out for street sweeping on Fridays. Or my buddy Chance Motherway. He's such a sweet dude. He brews beers in his mom's pool house, and coolest thing about Chance, he gives those brews away pro bono. Or myself. Excluding my activism, I'm currently not employed by anyone other than the sun, the beach, and my squad. So, yeah, we all pursue our passions. And with these free spirits in mind, I'm petitioning that we have a non-Labor Day, a holiday dedicated to those who don't work. And how do we honor those who don't work? Well, I'm thinking everyone will get the day off, and we'll all crush brews and have a fat cookout. So, all right, thank you.
Thank you for being so stoked this late at night. Next speaker is J.T. Parr.
What up, council? I'm JT Parr. I also don't have a job. And I agree with Chad that we need a day to celebrate people who value chillin' over billin'. We want this day to be perfect. For me, that's at my friend Ross's pool, slightly stupid playing, a grip load of 7-layer dip, and beer pong games totally free of squabbling. Which is why we need an official rule set for beer pong. I think we can all relate to the frustration of going to someone's crib and having to debate rules of play. You, council, need to establish a unified rule system that we can all unite behind. After extensive research throughout the Southland, I think the rules should be as follows. 10 cups, 3 beers, 2 re-racks, no mid-round re-rack, no blowing or scooping, have a solid line established for elbow violations. Although this one is tough to adjudicate. Spiders allowed, no rebuttal shot off a double make, no ad hominem attacks like my buddy Rod saying I don't finish things, and just out of etiquette, no smacking the table. Thank you. I'd also like to sing a song now about not having a job. You don't gotta go to work, but you gotta put in work. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker tonight is Jonathan Foster. What up, Mr. Foster?
Hi, Jonathan Foster. I got a smoking pot charge in the alley, but I want to say God bless the Santa Monica Police Department. I always appreciate their help. Wanted to speak on Promenade 3.0 and the underground infrastructure on McEwen. You said a long term, if fixed now, we pay more to do it later, and you want to go for the transformation. And I wanted to just add on there, can you possibly put in a way to prevent any trash from going to the ocean if it's going to be new? That would be awesome. The words "have a drink" were said, and this is a bad way to proceed on this street in this environment for so many reasons I don't need to tell you. Parking fee is way too high, and it's killing the promenade. Original promenade was way better. The vibe was way better. A walkthrough at night, like at 3, 4, 5 in the morning when you want to close it, somebody says, yeah, these all shops are closed. I got to come back. And that's a good thing. There was a lot of being said. It was so hard to listen to. Spaghetti Monster, that was great, by the way. And history, 1964, October 28th, the Beach Boys played right over there. Dennis Wilson was the drummer. He was the only real surfer. He died on December 28th, 1983. I cried that day. He died in Marina Del Rey, was drunk, drinking all day, jumped in the water to get his ex-wife's belongings and drowned. I was drumming to them when I was 3 in 1973. I cried that day when he drowned. But thank you. I hope you put in a way to prevent any trash from making it out to the ocean. That's what I want to say.
Thank you very much. That concludes the public input for tonight. Unfortunately, I do have an adjournment in memory of a resident. Does anybody else have any tonight? Well, I'm going to ask that we adjourn tonight with great sadness in memory of Alan Fremont, a physician policy researcher with the RAND Corporation and a longtime Santa Monica resident. Alan passed away at the end of February after a lengthy illness. Alan joined RAND 20 years ago in 2000, along with his wife, who many of us know because she was on our housing commission, Chloe Bird, a senior social scientist at RAND. Alan's research was notable for its relevance in the real world and engagement of the community. His work on the San Diego Be There initiative successfully engaged diverse stakeholders, including government agencies, advocates, and clinicians from both large healthcare organizations and safety net clinics. His effective leadership of this collaboration broke down seemingly impassable barriers and helped to create a data-sharing collaborative which encouraged competing healthcare organizations to share quality measures to promote the health of the community as a whole. Alan was also a pioneer in the use of the GIS mapping tools to help health plans and providers more effectively target quality improvement efforts in diverse populations. All pretty technical stuff. That's what they do at the RAND Corporation, but very meaningful for a lot of people in the real world. Alan was also a parent volunteer supporting his sons Jeremy and Evan, along with many other students at Edison Language Academy, John Adams Middle School, and Samo High. So speaking on behalf of the entire community, we convey to his family, and especially to Chloe and to his friends, our deepest condolences. With that, that concludes our City Council meeting for Tuesday, March 10th, moving into Wednesday, March 11th. Our next regular meeting will be here in the same room at the Civic Center in the Civic Auditorium East Wing on Tuesday, March 24th. We'll see you then.